right? Senior Tom. Lewin aimed his wand at Quirrell and spoke calmly. How do you know that? Quirrell staggered back in shock, his wand shifting from Harry to Lewin. In his mind, the secret on the back of his head was flawless. No one knew Voldemort possessed him. No one except Peter Pettigrew, who had discovered it by accident. And now this boy. The moment Quirrell saw Lewin's golden hair and calm expression, the pain from his previous defeat flared up again. He couldn't win. He knew that much. Just remembering that night in the Forbidden Forest made his heart tighten. That lightning wasn't something a normal wizard could command. Not Voldemort. Not the Dark Lord before him. Not even Dumbledore. Quirrell. Remove the turban. The cold voice hissed like a serpent from the back of his skull. Yes, Master. Hands trembling, Quirrell slowly unwound the purple turban. Under Harry's horrified gaze, a pale, warped face revealed itself. Blood-red eyes opened. Two thin slit-like nostrils rested above a lipless mouth. Voldemort. Harry clapped a hand over his mouth to stifle a scream. Lewin, having seen it before, remained expressionless. Oh, the boy who lived. Harry Potter. Voldemort's gaze shifted toward Harry, full of venom. I will reclaim what was taken from me. Then his eyes moved back to Lewin. And you. The gifted little Slytherin. Your spell that night. Diffindo. Lewin cut him off, unwilling to listen to any more theatrics. He didn't use an unforgivable curse, mindful that Dumbledore could appear at any time. Iron Shield. The slashing spell shattered harmlessly against Voldemort's defense. Experience still favored him. What? No thunder magic tonight. Voldemort sneered. That power must have side effects. He sounded amused. You're the most talented young wizard I've ever seen. It would be such a waste to kill you. Your curses carry true intent. Your destructive spells rival my own. You were born for the darkness. Join me. Lewin sighed. So noisy. Is this all you ever do? He flicked his wand. Flames burst silently into existence at Voldemort's side. Dragon Slayer magic would have brought the room down, and for Quirrell and a half-dead Voldemort, it was unnecessary. Avada Kedavra. Panicking, Voldemort fired the killing curse. The green light tore straight through Lewin's body and hit the wall behind him. Voldemort froze. Silent casting and illusion magic? He stared. How could a student already wield magic this advanced? At his age, he was still learning the floating charm. The tomos in Lewin's eyes spun slowly. Not illusionary spellwork. Power. Is that all, Senior Tom? Lewin asked lightly. He waved, and the rubble on the floor transformed into 3 stone blades that shot forward, guided by a levitation charm. Harry, clutching the Philosopher's Stone, watched in awe. When would he ever be able to cast magic like that? Voldemort snarled as 2 arms and a leg were pinned to the wall. Quirrell screamed in agony. The body was still his, after all. If only he already possessed the Philosopher's Stone, he would have tortured this boy until he broke. Lewin walked forward, conjuring a sharpened blade with a flick of transfiguration. You can't kill me, Lewin, Voldemort hissed. Madness filled his eyes. I will return. Again and again. Blood sprayed as the blade fell. Quirrell's head dropped. Voldemort's face vanished from the back of his skull like smoke. If he could die once, he could die again. Lewin wasn't concerned. Lewin, are you okay? Harry rushed forward, still shaken after seeing the killing curse pass through him. He had no concept of apparitional magic, so the sight terrified him. I'm fine, Lewin replied calmly. Do you still have the Philosopher's Stone? Trying not to gag at the mess, he tossed his blood-stained robe over Quirrell's body. Harry quickly pulled a crimson stone from his pocket. Here. So this is the stone that creates the elixir of life. Lewin examined it carefully. His eyes shifted. No magic flowed inside. Fake? He frowned slightly and reached to inspect it further. That was when Dumbledore arrived. In Lewin's perception, the stone in his hand felt completely ordinary. Just a red rock. No magic flowed inside it. So, was it fake? Had this Philosopher's Stone just been bait for Voldemort? The thought flickered through his mind when... Lewin. The door burst open. Hermione ran straight to him and threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. "I'm fine," he said softly, wrapping his arms around her and gently rubbing her back. With her face buried against his chest, Lu-en felt a warmth rise in his heart. In the 11 years since he'd arrived in this world, this was the first time someone had worried for him like this. "Next time, take me with you," she muttered, voice muffled. Lu-en paused, then chuckled and nodded. "All right." Dumbledore arrived a moment later. His gaze swept over Quirrell's severed head on the floor, then the covered corpse. He sighed quietly. It wasn't hard to piece together what had happened. And Lu-en, who had acted to stop him, clearly wasn't going to be punished. If anything, his courage, composure, and strength tonight exceeded even Dumbledore's expectations. He was one of the most extraordinary young wizards the headmaster had ever seen. The scorched marks on the ground and the shattered stone walls alone told him how fierce the battle had been. "Good evening, Headmaster," Lu-en said helplessly, still trapped in Hermione's grip. "Splendid work, Gerald," Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile, the wisdom in his blue eyes shining through his half-moon spectacles. "Your bravery and strength almost make me think the Sorting Hat was wrong to place you in Slytherin." "I think so too," Hermione quickly added. Lu-en laughed. "Professor Snape treats me quite well, actually. And Gryffindor had hardly been stable this year. Slytherin suited him fine." "Headmaster, this stone belongs to you," he said, handing over the red gem. Since it held no magic power signature, it was useless to him. Harry hurried over too. The battle had terrified him, but Luen's strength filled him with envy and admiration. He silently vowed to study harder. "The Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "Created by my friend Nicholas Flamel. With it, one can brew the elixir of life and turn metal into gold. He and his wife have lived more than 6 centuries now. Are you not tempted?" Hermione immediately leaned closer, listening intently. Even Harry stared at the stone in awe. Immortality and endless wealth. What wizard wouldn't be curious? "I'm not interested," Lu-en replied simply. He had already seen the truth with his Sharingan. The stone's magic had been exhausted long ago. There was nothing left to desire. Dumbledore studied him, surprised. Most wouldn't hesitate at such an offer. Even he wasn't immune to the temptation. "Your restraint is admirable," he said at last. Then he flicked his wand, casting a refreshing spell over Harry and Luen. Dirt and blood vanished instantly. "Come, let's return to my office and talk this through. You both deserve a rest." If Luen had walked the halls in his previous state, half the castle would have screamed. They followed him upstairs. In the headmaster's office, portraits of past principals whispered among themselves, clearly intrigued. A scarlet phoenix watched them curiously from its perch. "Hot cocoa, anyone?" Dumbledore offered kindly. Harry shook his head quickly. After the blood and curses he'd just witnessed, his stomach wasn't ready for anything. Dumbledore didn't press. Instead, he asked them to describe everything from the beginning. He already knew much of it, but the details mattered. By the time the conversation ended and they stepped back into the corridor, it was nearly 2 in the morning. Neville and Ron were already in the hospital wing. Judging from the situation, they'd be sharing a ward with Malfoy tonight. Unlucky trio. "Good night," Hermione said softly, hugging Luen again before heading off. Luen yawned and turned toward the Slytherin dorms. It had been a long night. He and Hermione had planned to visit the Room of Requirement earlier, but instead, they'd run into Harry and the others sneaking around. Looked like the room would have to wait a few more days.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
"Don't move your hands." In the dark night, Hermione couldn't help but glance back at Luen, who was following him, and reprimanded in a low voice. "If you're going to be messing around, go ahead." 35. I didn't move, it's up to you. Lu-en pretended to be aggrieved. At this time, the two were secretly searching for a portrait of a troll in the castle of Hogwarts. Lu-en only remembers going back and forth 3 times on the opposite side of the troll portrait, but I really forgot where it was. So the two could only start looking from the first floor. There are many portraits on each floor and various paintings. Even for senior students, it is impossible to memorize all of them. Neither man turned on the oil lamps because Filch was patrolling the neighborhood. Hermione walked cautiously on the road ahead, while Lu-en followed her closely. Although he has a way to control Filch directly, but then there will be no excitement of night travel, not to mention. Lu-en looked at the petite figure in the robe and couldn't help poking her white neck with his hand. What's the matter, is it Filch? Hermione jumped up like a frightened 633 little white rabbit and turned her head to look at Lu-en in panic. Recently, thanks to Snape's unremitting efforts, Gryffindor's score has almost reached single digits and Professor McGonagall's face is getting worse day by day. If Night Tour is discovered, Hermione estimates that Gryffindor will break through the miracle and become a negative number, and then Professor McGonagall will definitely not spare her. Although Hermione had suggested many times that Harry should drink a drop of the fountain during potions class, Harry would not agree. Not to mention that Malfoy, who was inquiring about Harry's whereabouts like a madman, even his good brother Ronald looked at him in the wrong way. So now Harry doesn't need to be beaten to death. I was afraid that if he used it too much, sooner or later, he would be sent to the school infirmary. You are so annoying. 39. Looking left and right, there was no figure. Hermione sighed in relief and looked at Lu-en fiercely with brown eyes. Let's hurry up and find the portrait of the troll. It's 12 o'clock now. Lu-en quickly changed the subject when he saw that the situation was not good. Hermione rubbed her little tiger teeth and had nowhere to vent. In the end, she could only walk in front of her and continue to look for Dab. Miss Granger felt that Lu-en's courage had grown stronger since the two established their relationship. Although she doesn't reject. A young couple who were just in love strolled in the corner of the moon and held hands as they walked. The shadows of the two sides also gradually merged from one to the other. Said to be out looking for a house of responsiveness, but the two always have a feeling of dating. In the corridor on the 8th floor. Do you see this picture? Hermione turned to Lu-en while holding the glowing wand. Lu-en took a closer look curiously. It was a tapestry of trolls dancing around a wizard with huge sticks, but the stick hit the wizard's head. Yes, this is it. His eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled Hermione to the opposite position of the painting. I began to meditate on a warm lounge in my heart, and then walked back and forth 3 times. Soon a very smooth door appeared on the otherwise smooth wall. Appeared? Hermione let out a small exclamation. Originally, she thought it was just a rumor, but she didn't expect this house to actually exist. What room did you just meditate on? Miss Granger asked curiously. She saw Lu-en's mouth constantly muttering words. Combined with the characteristics of this room of responsiveness, the smart Miss Hermione reacted instantly. A very ordinary lounge. 35. Lu-en shrugged. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Hermione pushed the door and went in. You call this normal? She murmured in a low voice. Seeing Hermione walk in, Lu-en followed and closed the door very thoughtfully. As the door closed, the wall returned to its original state again, as if the door just now was an illusion. The area of the house is not too big, after all. What Lu-en wants is a cozy lounge, which is just a room the size of a bedroom. A soft double bed leaned against the window. The bright moonlight shone on the crimson sheets. A round table was placed in the center of the room, surrounded by several high chairs, and various kinds of hangings were hung on the walls. Murals and slowly burning candles. Even Lu-en was dumbfounded by the scene. This is too sweet. I bet you were not thinking of an ordinary lounge just now. Hermione took a cautious step back. Cozy lounge. Lu-en said helplessly. So, are we two going to spend the night here? He suggested softly. When the words fell, Hermione gave him a smile. Think beautiful. The next morning, the rising sun cut through the night, and light snow fell at Hogwarts. Luan shook the little snowflakes on his body and walked into the auditorium. Hermione didn't spend the night with him last night. After finding what they needed, the two left and went back to their bedrooms. "Good morning, my dear Miss Granger." Luan kindly hugged the shy girl next to him. "What is it today? Why this sudden change of name?" Looking at the two people who were throwing dog food in the morning, Harry and Ronald and Neville were thinking about whether to change their place to eat. "Otherwise, you won't be able to eat breakfast every day. 2 cups of chocolate milk, 1 with sugar and 1 without." Seeing that Hermione hadn't ordered a meal yet, Luan informed the house elves in advance. He knew Hermione didn't like sugar. "I'll get fat." Hermione protested weakly, looking at the chocolate milk pushed in front of her. "It's okay, I don't despise you." Luan took a sip and it tasted great. "I hate you." After speaking, Hermione took out a notebook from her backpack and read it carefully. Because there are less than 5 weeks until the final exam. Looking at the thick notebook, Luan suddenly had an idea. "When there is no class this afternoon, let the 2 of us go to the room of requirement and study." 39. After all, it should be much more efficient than in the library. 2. Miss Hermione hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Where to learn is not to learn. E5-week period is neither short nor short, and it almost passed quickly in the study. For the past 5 weeks, Luan and Hermione have been learning from each other in the room of requirement. Usually Hermione asks questions and Luan answers. The room of requirement is the best place to study than a whispered library. At least 2 people can freely discuss some issues that they won't. Night. Inside the house upon request. There were still 2 days before the exam, and Hermione's enthusiasm for learning was also getting higher and higher. After the class, she took Luan here. The large round table is piled with thick notebooks, and there are several cups of coffee that have been almost drunk. I have to say that the content of these notes is really detailed, at least the knowledge that the professors have talked about are recorded. And also very thoughtfully prepared a number of pages. Which part you want to learn, just turn it over, just fine. This is what Shueba did, notes. Luan simply flipped through, and so far he has almost mastered the content of the exam. These notes were just a process of deepening his impression for him. And there are not too many tests for theoretical knowledge. For example, Professor McGonagall, her course test is mainly about transformation spells, and the score is judged according to the things that are changed. There are also herbal classes and potions classes, which are all hands-on. "Miss Beaver, how about we practice the transfiguration charm?" Luan quipped as Hermione bowed his head to study. Although Hermione's 2 front teeth looked cute to him, she herself felt distressed. "Don't learn from you." Hermione smacked him with her small hand in anger, painlessly, just like a fight between lovers. She straightened up, covered her mouth and yawned. "Studying all the time will inevitably get a little tiring." "Sleepy?" Luan leaned over and asked. "No." Hermione shoved Luan's head aside, the guy always kissing her when she wasn't looking. "I'll show you a fun show." Luan looked at Hermione, whose little head kept ticking, and suddenly came up with an idea. He took out his wand and pointed it at Hermione's 2 brown curls. Transfiguration spell. Soon, the 2 slender curly hair immediately turned into a pair of fluffy white rabbit ears. Hermione looked up at Luan suspiciously, not understanding what he was doing. The rabbit ears on her head also wiggled, as if expressing the owner's mood. Luan held back his laughter and handed her a mirror for Hermione to see for himself. After Hermione took the mirror, she immediately opened her eyes wide and her sleepiness disappeared. "What did you do to my ears?" Hermione touched the white rabbit ears on top of her head with curious eyes, and a soft touch came, making her body go numb. "Just 2 hairs, your ears are still there," Luan said, pulling up the brown curls that covered his ears, motioning her to look more closely. After he finished speaking, he also touched a handful of rabbit ears with interest, and the fluffy hands felt very good. But Miss Hermione didn't think so. She blushed and reached out to press down the 2 bunny ears that had been erected involuntarily so that Luan would not touch it. "Stay away from my ears. I made this up." Luan struggled for a reason, but Hermione obviously wouldn't eat it and wouldn't let him touch it if he died. You touch your own. 35. Miss Hermione hugged her bunny ears directly and crawled on the table. How do I touch myself? Lewin looked at Hermione crawling on the table, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but chuckle. This life is really good. Cozy and beautiful. After this brief review of the notes, Lewin stretched and yawned. It is now around 12 o'clock in the evening. Usually at this time, the two of them should go back to the dormitory. But usually Hermione reminded. I don't know why there is no reminder today. Hermione, we should go. Lewin sorted out the notes and called out to the girl who was immersed in her studies, but got no response. Miss Beaver. My dear Miss Granger? 59. Called several times in a row, but got no answer. Flowers 0. Lewin slowly approached the past. Only then did she realize that Hermione had fallen asleep with her head resting on the notes, and she could still hear steady breathing. Fell asleep? Lewin was taken aback. Do you want to scream? He glanced at the sleeping rabbit-eared girl, hesitated for half a second, and decided not to cry. Such a good opportunity, naturally, what to do? Thinking of this, Lewin squeezed Hermione's small face with his fingers, but the other party didn't respond. It looks like I'm really tired these days. Lewin shook his head, then reached out and hugged Hermione in a princess hug. Miss Hermione cupped her head in Lewin's arms, as if trying to find a comfortable place to sleep. Fortunately, there is a crimson double bed in the room of requirement. The material is very soft, and after putting Hermione on the bed, Lewin also covers the quilt intimately. Moonlight filtered through the window, and the afterglow fell on Hermione's sleeping face. Lewin hung his robes on the hanger and used his wand to make the fire on the fireplace a little more vigorous. Lewin. A small voice sounded, and Lewin sat on the reclining chair and turned to glance at Hermione lying on the bed. I don't know when, she turned over. Opposite Lewin, who couldn't see her, Hermione narrowed her eyes, and the corners of her mouth slowly twitched. However, what she didn't know was that the pair of bunny ears on top of her head were constantly wiggling. Lewin looked at those twitching bunny ears and became puzzled. Did he just dream of something good? Looking at the girl who turned sideways, Lewin's mouth also twitched into a smile, then turned his head and picked up the quill to record the potion he wanted to improve. He was going to open a potion shop in Diagon Alley during the holiday to sell some of his improved potions. It can be considered a leisure time to pass the time on vacation. Speaking of which, he still doesn't know how much the house prices are on Diagon Alley. However, with the money he currently has, it should be possible to rent a house, right? And there is always a need to buy real estate in the future, which is another big expense. I don't know how the twins' hearthstones are doing. The first rays of sunlight in the morning hit the bed. Lewin opened his eyes and yawned sleepily. Neither of the two returned to the dormitory last night, but rested in the room of requirement for one night. In the middle of the night, he turned the chair under him into a small bed, which would last all night. Hermione. Lewin turned to look at the double bed in the corner and found that Miss Hermione was still sleeping. It's 7 in the morning, get up quickly. 95. He walked over and called Hermione up. The two soft bunny ears that were changed last night have been changed back, which makes Lewin feel a little pity. However, considering that there is still a class today, and he doesn't want to offend Miss Hermione, he can only hold down his hand that is about to move. Well, Miss Hermione let out a light hum, and then slowly opened her brown eyes with a bewildering 637, looking very cute. Good morning. Lewin sat on the edge of the bed, reached out and touched the girl's little head, chuckling. Good morning, Lewin. Hermione felt the touch in her hair, and her consciousness became somewhat awake. She sat up with one hand supporting her body and rubbed her sullen eyes with one hand. I slept very well last night and was equally comfortable. Come on, let me help you with your hair. When Lewin just woke up, he spelled himself a cleanup because there was nothing to wash in the room by requirement. Would you like to add a bathroom next time you come in? He thought thoughtfully. Hermione obediently turned her little head away. A little messy brown curly hair under Lewin's spell, a low curly ponytail was tied up, and there were a few strands of curly hair hanging down in front of the girl's forehead. Perfect. Lewin looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, no matter what hairstyle, it looks very cute with Hermione's face. Are you satisfied? Saying that, he handed over a mirror. Hermione covered her mouth and yawned, half squinting at herself in the mirror. Under the reflection of the mirror, she could clearly see Luan's smiling expression, and her blonde hair was very dazzling in the sunlight. Satisfy. Hermione nodded with a slight smile on the corner of her mouth and swung the low ponytail she just tied with it. She suddenly felt that, compared to the dormitory where no one was talking, it seemed like a good choice to spend the night here. I don't know what Luan was thinking. Thinking of this, Hermione secretly glanced at Luan, who was helping her with her hair blemishes behind her. Come on, there's Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class this morning. The two of them did not forget today's lesson. After a brief tidying up, Luan took Hermione out of the room of requirement. After today's night, the relationship between the two seems to be a step closer. Hermione had been holding Luan's arm like any other couple. After a simple breakfast, it was time for class. Professor McGonagall has been teaching them for almost a semester, and the knowledge of elementary transfiguration spells is almost the same. These days are all reviewing. About the content of the exam at the end of the semester, Professor McGonagall said it in the first class. It is to turn a vigorous rat into a teapot. Luan naturally has no problem. Even if he turns the teapot into a mouse, he can easily do it. Hermione, on the other hand, was able to perform deformations proficiently after so many days of training. Both are fine. It was Harry and Ronald who were in trouble because their teapots were always running around on the ground with long legs. The other little wizards also had some problems. You two can get an O with me. 35. Professor McGonagall looked at the two little wizards next to each other with a smile on the corner of his mouth. These two were simply the first outstanding wizards she had seen in years. Giving an O outstanding would not be too much. Luan was nothing, but Hermione was happy. Our transfiguration spell can get an O rank. She shook Luan's arm and lowered her voice happily. In the level of the wizarding examination, O is the best, which is the so-called perfect score. In addition to the first time, there is EPT, which represents excellent, pass, poor, bad, and troll. You deserve it, Miss Beaver. Luan chuckled softly. After all, the efforts of the girl in front of him are only seen in his eyes, and he will practice the transformation spell every day until the night. This perseverance is not something that ordinary little wizards can persevere. 6,699. Miss Hermione looked at Luan angrily, her little tiger teeth creaking, as if she was about to give him a bite. Apparently, Miss Hermione didn't like the name Beaver. Wrong, my dear Miss Granger. Luan quickly changed his words, because he'd seen Hermione take his hand and start coming closer. Humph. 99. Hermione tilted her head and snorted, ignoring the boy beside her. In the last few classes, Potions class, Magic History class. The two of them were like an emotionless answering machine, earning points crazily. Except for the Magic History class, Luan couldn't compare to Hermione. The other classes were almost the same. What's even more outrageous is that it was originally the magic class of Professor Flitwick that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff took together. After one class, the non-existent Slytherin got the most points. Luan, who came over to take a class, was crazy to score points against the two academies. After the Charms Get Out of Class was over, the little wizards of Hufflepuff who didn't get a single point looked at Luan in disbelief. Originally, Professor Flitwick's classes were all theoretical knowledge, which could be answered with a little thought. But who knew that Professor Flitwick had just asked the question in this class, and Luan and Hermione immediately answered it. There's no such thing as little badgers at all. Actually, 0.1 is too uncomfortable. Am I doing something wrong? Luan felt those gazes, touched the tip of his nose and said, Hermione nodded, blaming Luan for answering the question too quickly, and she didn't get any points. And even if they grab it, the answers of the two are still exactly the same. After all, Luan had been reviewing with Hermione's notes. Next time I dare. Luan touched the unconvinced Hermione and laughed softly. Now Slytherin's score has been firmly in the first place, and the second is Ravenclaw. As for the little lion, Harry's efforts have reached the fourth place. This year's Academy Cup, if nothing else, should be Slytherin's. 2 days, exams for all courses are over. Hermione has almost all outstanding grades except the potions class, while Lewin made a small mistake in the magic history class, so he only got a pass. Comparing the two, the hardworking Miss Hermione won this time. The history of magic class is too difficult to memorize. Looking at Hermione happily holding the transcript, Lewin shook his head helplessly. He strongly suspected that the old ghost was deliberately stuttering his grades. Didn't he just slept a few more classes during class? You also said that you lie on the table and sleep every day when you take the demon history class. Hermione glanced at Lewin with some amusing. Among all the grades, Lewin only had the lowest grade in the demon history class. He's so boring. Lewin dropped the report card on the table, but the paper slipped in front of Harry and Ronald by accident. The corners of their eyes twitched, looking at the transcript, which was almost all O. It was a total blow to the two of them. Harry glanced at the report card in his hand, and there was no doubt that the Magic 13 medicine class was rated as a troll by Snape, and most of the other courses were passed. As for Ronald, it was even worse, with only 2 passing grades. My mother will kill me when I go back. 99. Ronald whimpered helplessly. He could already imagine Mrs. Weasley's expression upon seeing this report card when he got home. How are you guys doing? At this time, the Weasley brothers came. George grabbed Ronald's transcript and glanced at it, a little gloating. You're done, Ronald, and Mom will call you again. Hearing this, Ronald slumped weakly on the table. Wow, it's all O's. Fred looked at the transcript on the table and let out an incredible exclamation. You must know that he has been at Hogwarts for so many years, but he has never seen such a neat report card, except for the magic history class that was rated A. After seeing the name on the transcript, Fred looked at Lewin in surprise. You're too versatile, aren't you? Lewin smiled and showed the 2 brothers the report card of the girl beside him. These 2 are truly a natural couple. A few people around couldn't help thinking. After the exams, tomorrow is the last night at Hogwarts. Tomorrow night, there will be a graduation ceremony in the auditorium, after which it will be the beginning of summer vacation. Hermione Lewin didn't go to the room of requirement tonight because she had to pack her luggage in advance. Wait for Lewin to return to the dormitory. Malfoy, who had been lying on the hospital bed, had returned, and he was lying on the bed with a letter in his hand. It was sent to him by Harry. I heard that Harley has transferred schools because of the last incident. Poor Malfoy was played between the palms of Harry's hands. Lewin shook his head. Hogwarts Hall. Tonight is the graduation ceremony, and the auditorium is very luxuriously decorated, with bright candles hanging upside down on the ceiling. This dinner was the last meal at Hogwarts this term, and Lewin sat in the Gryffindor's seat as usual. The color of the auditorium is embellished with green and silver, which is the representative color of Slytherin, and the flag of the little snake hangs high in every corner of the auditorium. Brothers Fred and George kept complaining to Lewin. It's been this hue every year since the 2 of them came to school. It's almost sickening. At this dinner, all the professors came, even the wife of the school doctor and Hagrid. Snape sat in the corner. Next to him, Hagrid took Quirrell's place. It can be seen that Snape is still very happy for Slytherin's consecutive championship. Professor McGonagall didn't look too ugly, even if this year's little lion once again broke the lower limit. Lewin, what are you doing after the holiday? Fred took a sip of juice and asked. Have a holiday? Maybe I'm going to Diagon Alley to get some work? Lewin also said somewhat uncertainly. After all, what he wanted was to rent a shop to sell some potions. But it is not yet known what the rent of the store will be. Come and find us at the burrow outside San Catchapole when you are free. If nothing else, he and George would continue to make cards during the holidays. Okay, I'll visit when I have time. 55. Lewin smiled and nodded. Dang dang. A crisp sound sounded, and Dumbledore tapped the silver quilt with a fork, attracting everyone's attention. Before the dinner, let's announce the winners of the Academy Cup. Dumbledore crossed his hands slightly and said with a smile, "Although everyone knows the color of the flag, there is still a sense of ceremony. Without a doubt, the winner of the Academy Cup is Slytherin." The distant Slytherin table cheered as the winner's name was spoken. And at the Gryffindor table, Fred George and the others celebrated Luan with juice. While they had opinions on Slytherin, it was clear that Luan wasn't included. 637. Congratulations, Luan. 39. Even Neville sat down and held up his juice to celebrate Luan. Thanks. Luan picked up the chocolate milk and toasted with a few people. Instead, Miss Hermione sighed helplessly when she saw Gryffindor's score. She really tried her best. But still number one. Luan leaned over and squeezed her little face. Next time I let you. Luan laughed. We play fair. Miss Hermione blushed and patted Luan's little hand. In terms of results, Miss Hermione won. But in Academy points, Luan was victorious. Okay, everyone, I think you listened to my old man's ramble. Dumbledore tapped the cup. Now, the dinner party begins. Boom. Abundant food suddenly appeared on the empty table. All the little wizards were cheering and celebrating the end of the term. And Hermione quietly hugged Luan's arm at this time. Her eyes flashed with anticipation. Come on, open your mouth. 35. Luan laughed, picked up a piece of fruit, and fed it. The dinner ended with gorgeous fireworks. Tomorrow is the first day of vacation. The next morning, the little wizards at Hogwarts woke up early today, because today was the day to go back. Each little wizard received a letter from the Ministry of Magic, which said simply that no magic was allowed during the holidays, especially in the presence of muggles. Therefore, there is a tracking wire on every little wizard's wand, which can check the surrounding magic fluctuations. Luan glanced at it and threw the piece of paper away. The content of this piece of paper was only for Muggle family wizards, the old double standard. Anyway, he was going to go to Diagon Alley after the holiday, where magic power fluctuated everywhere. And Luan opened his wand and clearly saw a silvery white gas on the wand. It was on his wand after receiving the ban. In other words, this thing is to limit his use of magic spells. To break this spell, for Luan, who can see the flow of magic power, is simply an easy task. But he didn't know if the people who had destroyed the Ministry of Magic would come to the door. After a little consideration, he decided that it would be better to keep it. Luan. A melodious voice sounded from a distance. Luan raised his head and saw Hermione with a low ponytail trotting over with a radiant smile in the distance. The ponytail curls behind him were still fluttering. Going home soon, and naturally everyone is very happy. Except Harry. Luan glanced at Harry, who was following Hermione with a scowling face. Obviously, he didn't want to go back to his aunt and uncle's house. Thinking of Cousin Dudley's face made Harry even more uncomfortable. When the freshmen leave the school, they have to take a boat from the Black Lake again. Of course, they can also walk across the path. But now that there is a horse spell, Luan chooses to go by boat with Hermione. Neither of them had their luggage because the house elves would automatically bring them to the train. This made Hermione even more determined to be Minister of Magic. At noon, the two finally got on the Hogwarts train to King's Cross. Harry and Ronald and the twins found a compartment and were ready to discuss the final gameplay of these cards and the subsequent development of the game. A car can only seat up to 4 people, so Luan and Hermione happily found an empty car at the end. The two of them did not seem to be excluded at all, and their faces were full of smiles. As he was seated, Luan also took out a large package of snacks from his Shui space in advance, including chestnut cakes, popping candy, dorayaki, and pineapple buns. Many snacks, Hermione, is the first time I have seen, so I feel very novel for a while. This time there is no need to buy snacks from the train attendant. Since the two were on the noon train, they would not be able to arrive at King's Cross Station 9 3/4 the next morning, which meant that they had to spend the night in this carriage. With the whistle of the train started to move. The huge castle outside the car window gradually disappeared in front of Luan's eyes, and a vast field replaced the fairy tale castle. Why don't you read books anymore? Looking at the girl who took a small bite of dorayaki, Luan couldn't help asking. In the past, she had to take out a book to pass the time, but this time it was different. Hermione ate a snack while looking out the window at the beautiful scenery. Finally, in front of Luan's eyes, he unwittingly stretched his waist. People always have to rest. Also, I have read the book twice in my hand. Speaking like a scholar, Luan knew how many books Hermione had purchased, almost as high as him. But with so many books, Hermione actually read it twice in a row? Luan is really stunned. Can one reach this limit? He doubted. What are you going to do on vacation? Miss Hermione handed Luan a dorayaki and whispered, "If you don't have any plans, you can come and play at my house." She prefers this sandwich bread. It tastes good. I might be going to work at Diagon Alley. As tempting as it sounds, Luan chose to set up shop in Diagon Alley, considering the Grangers. Work to earn a living? Hermione asked suspiciously. I'm going to open a potion shop in Diagon Alley. If Kim Gallion isn't enough, I'll have to work there. 5. Luan took a bite of the dorayaki, but he didn't hide his thoughts directly. The first thing he has to consider now is the rent of the store, which he didn't pay attention to when he went there for Christmas. After listening to Luan's thoughts, Miss Hermione's eyes lit up and she quickly said, "What do you think of me? How about what? Be your employee. You with me?" 35. Luan asked with the corners of his mouth raised as he looked at Hermione. She was slightly taken aback, then quickly explained. I still don't know a lot about the knowledge of potions, and I have nothing to do on vacation, so I just can accompany you. Hermione's voice became quieter as she spoke, until the end of her ear turned red. Well, the last sentence is the point. Luan thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. It's true that a person is lonely in Diagon Alley, and it's not bad to have a young couple to accompany, Wongs. However, I don't think Mr. Granger would agree. The words silenced Hermione. Don't worry, I'll convince both of them. Looking at Luan's smiling pale blue eyes, Hermione gritted her teeth and roared. The wilderness at night is beautiful. The stars twinkled in the moonlight and the train passed one Muggle village after another. Hermione was asleep in Luan's arms. Luan used his wand to turn a robe into a soft blanket that draped over the two of them. Looking at the constantly changing scenery outside the window, he couldn't help yawning, then closed his eyes. A little sleepy. The two little heads slowly touched each other in the dark night. In the carriage, a pair of brown eyes half opened, looked at Luan who was snuggling with her, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The train to London has arrived. The little wizards took their luggage and walked towards the exit one after another, and the conductor was in charge of directing the order here to prevent trampling. Hermione rubbed her sore neck, covered her mouth and yawned. And Luan followed behind, holding the luggage of the two. Both suitcases are small and not too heavy. Since the exit is a pillar, only 2 or 3 people can pass at a time, in order to prevent a big push that will startle the Muggles. And Luan is walking with Hermione. The two soon arrived. Quickly through the pillars, London's King's Cross station arrives. There were quite a few parents standing outside, most of them were Muggle families. The Grangers were also waiting for their daughter inside. As soon as Hermione came out, she saw her father beckoning to him. This way, this way. Hermione hurriedly dragged Luan over. Good morning, Mr. Granger. Luan handed the luggage to Hermione, then turned to Mr. Granger in a soft hello. Good morning, Luan. 35. The Grangers responded with a smile. Especially Mr. Granger, who felt more and more satisfied with the gentlemanly blonde boy in front of him. Both etiquette and behavior are perfect. Moreover, he just saw that Hermione was holding his hand all the way, and when he was about to get in front of them, he quietly released it. Luan, do you want to go to our house for the holidays? Mrs. Granger is a very kind woman. When she learned that the little boy in front of her was an orphan, she couldn't help but care more about Luan. No, ma'am, I still need. Luan is going to work at Diagon Alley, and I'm going to go with me too. Before Luan could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Hermione beside him. Miss Hermione's tone was firm. No, you have to go back. Before Mrs. Granger could finish speaking, she was pulled by Mr. Granger on the side. Maybe we can have a good discussion, can't we? He smiled and stroked Hermione's curly hair. Hermione's eyes lit up when she heard her father say that. She knew that this answer already represented permission. It is good. Hermione nodded in satisfaction, agreeing to her father's consultation. She also gave Luan a wink. Luan unconsciously touched the tip of his nose. Does this count as meeting his parents in advance? Thinking of this, Luan suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Hey, Luan. At this moment, a voice drew Luan and the others over. It was Fred with a piece of paper in his hand. He was coming this way with George, and behind them were the red-haired Weasleys. Ronald bowed his head and followed behind Mrs. Weasley, afraid to speak. Luan could clearly see Mrs. Weasley holding a transcript in her hand. I forgot to give you your transcript. Almost all of them are outstanding achievements. You really don't know how to cherish them. Twin brothers, you shoved the transcript into Luan's hands. Remember to play with us when you are free. After speaking, the Weasley brothers left. Before leaving, George gave him a wink. What is this for? He was a little confused. How are your grades, Hermione? Madame Granger asked suddenly. No parent is not interested in their child's learning. My grades are not much different from Luan's after all. Luan is always teaching me questions. Miss Hermione thought of something and took out her transcript from her pocket. A string of O's, almost identical to Luan. Seeing the transcript, Mrs. Granger's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but glanced at Luan, who was standing there, then nodded in satisfaction. Dab. At this time, Luan suddenly understood the meaning of twins. Finally, near noon, Luan and the Granger family waved goodbye. He is now ready to go back to his home. At this moment, Luan suddenly froze. Did you forget something? What about his frog cub? He remembered that there was no figure in the frog cub's nest when he left. Traveling to another world again? In a dusty room. A vortex flowed, and Luan, who had activated his divine power, returned to his house. However, just after landing, 2 small footprints were left on the ground. Refreshed, Luan frowned and took out his wand to clean up his house. As for the tracking wire on the wand, he had already shielded it with magic power on the train. The Ministry of Magic wouldn't know where his wand was casting the magic. As the dust faded, Luan also threw his suitcase aside and simply prepared some lunch. This afternoon he was going to Diagon Alley to see if there were any suitable shops. And he can use a lot of Jean Gallion now, and he should be able to rent it for 2 months. Thinking of this, after Luan finished eating, he changed his snake robes into a black sweater. Although it is still winter in England, the sun today is very clear. He used to set a spatial coordinate near the Leaky Cauldron bar, which directly saved the time of taking a taxi. Pushing the door into the Broken Cauldron bar, there are quite a few wizards, most of whom are chatting while drinking, and the atmosphere is very harmonious. Luan ordered a cup of hot cocoa and walked through the walls into Diagon Alley. After walking around, he did not expect to find a shop that was ready to be rented out. This place originally sold some magic items. Due to the poor income, he could only choose to rent it out. Coincidentally, the opposite of his store happened to be the Lehan bookstore, and the Lady Mokin's robe shop next to it. The location of this store is good. 35. He remembered that when the second year of school started, he needed to buy a lot of things, including a lot of books. And if Hermione can really come, I believe she must like the feeling of the bookstore opposite. For a knowledge-hungry person, nothing is more attractive than books. After negotiating with the boss, I finally rented it for 2 months at the price of 100 galleons, which is not too expensive. At least for Luan. The potion shop is about to open. After renting the store, Luan spent the afternoon tidying up. It is nothing more than placing some bottles and jars of materials, crucibles, and various potions that have been refined, and the rest is just waiting for customers to come to the door. When opening a shop in Diagon Alley, everyone has to report to the Ministry of Magic, but because the previous shop owner has already reported it, and he only rented it for 2 months, there is no need to do it once, which saves a lot. After Luan sorted out the things in the store, he thought about the business method for the past 2 months. There are not many potion shops in Diagon Alley because people usually go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries when they buy potions. At least the things in the hospital are very good in terms of efficacy and quality. And the only thing Lewin can take out is some improved potions, not as bitter as the original ones, and some advanced potions, like compound potions, demulcents, beauty potions, and even love potions. These medicines are not something you can find in a serious store, let alone a hospital. It is estimated that if the Aurors come to check, the potion shop Lewin will also be gone. High risk, high interest rate. If he could sell a few bottles of high-level potions, his $200 would be worth the money. After finishing the work in the store, Lewin closed the store and prepared to rest. This store has its own bedroom and bathroom, so he basically won't go back to the house where he stayed for 11 years this holiday. The sign with the name of the store is also magically hung on the door of the store. Akali's Potion Shop. He probably knew the meaning of the name. The next morning, Lewin took a brief shower, then put on a neat black printed robe, which he had bought from Mrs. Malkin's robe store yesterday. According to the letter brought by Al last night, if nothing else happens, Hermione will come to work with him tomorrow. Well, work for him. After all, he has rented a nice shop now. And Lewin will not treat the little cutie Hermione badly. There are 10 gold galleons every week, and every potion sold will have a 30% share. You must know that the cheapest raw bone spirit here costs 5 gold galleons, not to mention the compound potion that reaches several hundred gold galleons. However, he couldn't keep refining potions here for the past 2 months, and maybe he could learn other things. Like alchemy. He has a lot of interest in those magic props and the like, but he has not studied the need to engrave magic inscriptions in it. All things are difficult at the beginning. After setting goals, some of them are busy in the past 2 months. Good morning, boss. Lewin walked into the Lehan bookstore opposite. He needs to buy some books on alchemy to study. Oh, are you the little wizard who opened the shop opposite? The bookstore owner, Mr. Field's eyes lit up. Last night, there was an extra potion shop across the street. It was impossible for him not to know. And according to his and Mrs. Morkan's observations, there was only one little wizard in the shop opposite. My Merlin, how old is he? No more than 5th grade at most. Mr. Field guessed. Lewin's height is still very high, in line with mature words and deeds, so it doesn't look like a little wizard who just graduated from the 1st grade. If you're talking about the potion shop across the street, it's really mine. Lewin chuckled politely. To live in Diagon Alley for 2 months, even if he lied, it is estimated that he will eventually be found out. Besides, why lie? A genius potion wizard is a good character. With fame, your store can attract customers well. After chatting with this chatty bookstore owner for a while, Lewin has already prepared all the books he wants to buy. The use of symbols in ancient runes, the meaning and characterization of runes, Mr. Nick's alchemy explained. This pile of books cost a total of more than 100 galleons, which is much cheaper than when he opened a shop. The main reason is that Nick's book is priced at 60 galleons, and the others are around 20. The price is high, which means that there are still a lot of dry goods in it. After all, Nick Mailer can be regarded as the originator of alchemy, and even refine the legendary immortality medicine. For Flowers Zero, it is understandable that it is expensive. Are you going to learn alchemy and rune characterization? 5. Mr. Field took a look at these books and guessed that alchemy was a craze no matter what era it was. Unfortunately, few can learn. After all, alchemy requires technology and incomparable talent. A total of 137 gold galleons, and the remaining silver and west do not need to be paid. Mr. Field kindly packed Lewin. Lewin took 7 thick books, and after paying the money, he would go to his store. Lewin. In the leaky cauldron, Lewin had just ordered a glass of butterbeer when he heard a pleasant voice calling out to him. When he turned around, he realized that the Grangers had brought Hermione over. The two were still very interested in where Hermione was going to work, but the Grangers were taken aback when they heard they were going to work at Lewin's store. You come to Diagon Alley to open a shop at such a young age. How big is he? Mr. Granger looked at Lewin in disbelief, but he knew that Lewin and his daughter were in the same grade. After being surprised, Mr. Granger found himself looking at Luan more and more. Talented, polite, handsome, and powerful, it is rare to see such excellent people. Want a drink? Mr. Granger. Luan handed over a full glass of butterbeer. This thing says beer, but actually contains very little alcohol, more like a drink. If you don't drink too much, you usually won't get drunk. Except for the bad drink. Thanks. Mr. Granger took the butterbeer and took a sip. His eyes lit up at the moment of entry. This stuff is pretty good. After talking to Mr. Granger about the work in the store and the food and shelter, Mr. Granger smiled and agreed. The salary is not low, food and housing are included, and the working hours are less. Where can I find such a good thing? As for the relationship between the two men, Mr. Granger has confidence in his daughter. With the cleverness of Miss Hermione, she will not be easily fooled. After saying goodbye to the Grangers, Luan took the curious Hermione through the wall and came to Diagon Alley. This is the second time Hermione has been to Diagon Alley. The last time she was with her parents, so she didn't have a good time. And this time she has to work here for 2 months, so she has time to hang out. Let's go, I'll take you to the store first. With that said, Luan took Hermione into the potions store that had just been renovated. Since it was just opened, the wizards on the road looked at the newly opened shop with novelty. As the two walked into the store, Hermione saw a pile of books on the table at first sight. She walked over and picked up a copy and glanced at it. You want to learn alchemy? Hermione asked curiously. These books are all used by 643 to make alchemy props, and she has seen relevant introductions in the library. However, alchemy tools are very difficult to practice, especially the inscriptions, so there are only a handful of famous alchemists. And some people who are not good at alchemy can only make some magic props to maintain their lives. The previous owner of the shop was a wizard who studied alchemy, and the items he made were magical props that didn't seem to be of much use, such as self-watering kettles. For wizards, it's just a spell. Why pay for one? After all, it's not possible that this store only sells potions. 35. Luan explained to Hermione. If you only rely on the sale of potions, it is estimated that 1 bottle of potions may not be sold in a day. Just like the medicine of the raw bone spirit, it is not that some people will break their bones every day. As for high-level potions such as compound potions, most wizards are only curious and will not buy them because they are too expensive. I want to study with you too, Miss Hermione said. You are responsible for the cashier position first. After waiting for Hermione to get acquainted with the store's contents, Luan took her to a counter and spoke to her. And next to this counter, there are also many books, most of which are Lockhart's writings. After all, those interesting biographies are always the best way to pass the boring time. And there are 2 bedrooms in the store, one for her and Luan. Miss Hermione is very satisfied with her working environment. The store opened in the morning, and by noon, only a few customers came in to have a look, but they did not buy any potions. Much of it came in out of curiosity. So few people. Hermione sat behind the desk, resting her chin on her hand, looking at the Leeshen bookstore across from her. In bookstores, many wizards are buying books. In contrast, they seemed very deserted here. Isn't a quiet environment better for studying? Luan sat in the corner, holding a quill pen in his hand, recording the alchemy knowledge he had learned and the meaning of most of the runes of Rune. The complexity of these ancient magic patterns is far beyond his imagination, because usually a magic pattern represents a lot of meanings, and most of the meanings have nothing to do with it. It's hard to get people to record it. Even Miss Hermione felt dizzy after studying for a while and hurried to the counter to read the biography. She is now holding a copy of Wandering with Werewolves, turning the page from time to time. The noon sun is not too dazzling, and the soft light shone through the window and scattered on the text of the book, giving people a drowsy feeling. Looking at Hermione, she couldn't help yawning, sleepy tears slowly falling from the corners of her eyes. Hello, may I ask if there are any living bone spirits here? At this moment, a middle-aged wizard in a black robe walked in with his arms covered. Luan, whose sense of smell had been strengthened, could smell the blood of the other party. He got up and walked in front of Hermione, calmly shielding Hermione, who was in high spirits, behind him. Yes, a bottle of 10 galleons. 39. Lewin said with a smile. The door-to-door business is impossible not to do, no matter where the wizard came from. Bring me a bottle. Saying that, he took out 10 gold galleons from his pocket and put them on the table. The wizard over Nocturne Alley? Lewin already had a guess in his mind. At this time, Hermione, who was already familiar with the interior of the store, brought a bottle of medicine and put it on the table. The middle-aged wizard hidden under the hood looked curiously at the two little wizards who were in charge of the store. He had been in Diagon Alley for so long, and this was the first time he had seen such a situation. Working at such a young age? After taking the raw bone spirit, he turned around and left without thinking much, without even checking whether the medicine was effective. Anyway, the store can't run here. There's something wrong with his arm. After watching the black-robed wizard leave, Hermione poked Lewin's waist and whispered, "It should be the wizard from Nocturne Alley. After all, there are often some wizard fights there." 99. Lewin held the little finger that poked him, turned his head and touched the little girl's head. "If you have time to think about that, you might as well study with me." Since Miss Hermione was on vacation, she didn't seem to be so motivated in her studies. Halfway through the book on alchemy, she went to read the biography. "The knowledge in it is so profound that I can't understand it at all." Hermione couldn't help complaining. Not to mention the meaning of the various ancient inscriptions, the complicated techniques inside can make her dizzy. "You should start with the basics first." Lewin pinched the tip of her little nose without 0.1 nanometers. Who told her to pick up Nick Mailer's book as soon as she came up? That book, even Lewin looked like his head was groggy. All right, take the money and read the biography." 35. "I have to read the basics today, and I will teach you later tonight." Saying that, Lewin touched Hermione's smooth forehead lightly, turning around and returning to the corner, ignoring Miss Beaver's blushing cheeks. He now has a general idea of learning about alchemy. It is just to use magic power to depict ancient inscriptions on some props, so as to activate the meaning represented by the inscriptions. Maybe try making a magic ring tonight? Lewin thought. Night. Inside the potion shop in Diagon Alley. A few candles lit the whole house. Lewin put down the inkless quill in his hand and stretched. Except for the customer from Nocturne Alley, no one else was shopping in the store this afternoon. Therefore, I only earned 10 gold galleons today, which is pitifully small compared to other stores. The Lehan bookstore opposite has been there until now, and there are still many wizards in it. In the afternoon, even Hermione went to buy some magazines, most of which were news about the wizarding world. For example, the next Quidditch match will be replaced, and what Policy Minister Cornelius Fudge has proposed, although in Hermione's eyes, these policies seem stupid. Minister of Magic. Hermione whispered to herself. This is really a long way to go. Moreover, the Minister of the Ministry of Magic is also selected through elections, and without strength and prestige, he cannot be elected. Hermione always felt that she would be as old as Fudge when she became Minister of Magic. Why do you think so much? It will take a long time in the future. Lewin strolled over and touched her head. He put his notes for today on Hermione's desk and pressed down the magazine she just bought today. As for now, it's time for you to study. 35. Lewin's tone could not be rejected by 13. Alchemy has nothing to do with the Minister of Magic. Having said that, Hermione still picked up the thick notebook seriously. Lewin sorted out the steps required for alchemy, the skills and meanings of the runes, and wrote them all on the notes. After following Hermione for a semester, he also developed the habit of writing notes unconsciously. After all, Nirjujichi. Watching, Hermione's eyes lit up. She found that she could understand this thick notebook. Some words in it were even thoughtfully annotated, and there were speculations about the meaning of some runes. Come on, let's start with the production of magic props, which is the most basic. 35. Lewin used his wand to turn Minister Fudge's newspaper into a high chair, then sat down beside Hermione and explained to Hermione with his wand. To put it bluntly, magic props are to convert some magic spells into magic runes and engrave them on the items so that they have this magic power. This is just the most basic alchemy teaching, but for some reason no one has ever depicted all kinds of practical magic spells on a convenient object. This makes Luan feel a little weird. We can convert the spell of the iron armor into ancient runes or runes, and then engrave them on small and exquisite things like rings, which can be activated directly when necessary. Of course, I haven't tasted the portrayal of this spell dash. Luan's words stopped suddenly. Turning his head to look at Hermione, who was leaning on his shoulder at some point, a pair of smart brown eyes were closed, and the sound of steady breathing came to his ears. Fell asleep? Probably because the lecture was so focused, Luan didn't even know when Hermione fell asleep. Is my lecture so boring? Luan couldn't help touching the tip of his nose, thinking suspiciously. But since Miss Hermione was asleep, Luan could only carry her into Hermione's bedroom first. Cover with the quilt and turn off the light thoughtfully. Is it bad to sleep with clothes on? Luan, who was just about to close the door, suddenly thought, and after hesitating for a while, he walked in with his wand. After half a minute, he was satisfied and walked out with his wand. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for him. Since there is already a guess about the iron armor curse in his mind, if he doesn't make it, he won't be able to sleep tonight. Casting a silence spell on Miss Beaver's room, Luan turned a piece of wood into a ring and began to draw the spell. The sun broke early in the morning, and it was a little cold outside with a little snow. Facing the sun, Miss Hermione stretched out comfortably. I slept really well last night, although I'm a little sorry, Luan. But for some unknown reason, she couldn't help but feel sleepy after hearing the knowledge of those runes. It's like Luan's encounter with a history of magic class. She woke up today to find herself in her own bed, no doubt sent by Luan. Thinking of this, the corners of Miss Hermione's mouth slowly raised. However, after she lifted the quilt, she froze for a moment. The smile on the corner of his mouth gradually solidified. What about her clothes? The fire in the room ignited on its own, and Miss Hermione blushed and put on her clothes hanging on the hanger. Then he pushed open the door of his own room, hesitantly walked towards Luan's room, reached out and knocked on the door. Wake up. There was no response from the room. After a few more knocks, Hermione gave up. So lazy, the girl couldn't help thinking. After a brief tidying up in the bathroom, she walked into the lobby of the store, ready to open for business. However, just after arriving in the hall, she suddenly froze. Luan was lying on the sofa that he didn't know what to do at this time and fell asleep. His handsome face also had a few patches of black ashes, and his splendid blonde hair became embarrassed. In front of the sofa is a pile of crushed semicircular fragments, and various patterns are carved on the fragments, just like some kind of text. Luan. Hermione trotted over, sighing in relief when she walked in. It turned out to be asleep. But why do you make yourself look like this? Miss Hermione thought incomprehensibly. Maybe the voice was a little loud just now. Luan half opened his eyes and saw the girl standing in front of him at a glance. Good morning, my dear Miss Hermione. 35. Luan yawned and sat up from the sofa, running a hand through his hair. Messy, probably bombed last night. He found that everything was easy to explain in theory, but it was only when he got started that he realized how difficult it was. Now Luan also understands why no one makes convenient magic items, because the stability is really bad. The ghost knows how many times the ring he carved last night blew up, and the magic spell that was converted into rune was not under his control at all, and the ring blew up directly. At the back, he even opened the writing wheel, and did not complete one until about 3 in the morning. Come and stretch out your hand. 35. Luan said to the dazed Hermione with a chuckle. What? Saying that, Hermione obediently stretched out her small white palm. Then, under her wide eyes, Luan took out a silver ring engraved with various unknown runes from his pocket and put it on her middle finger. This time, the tips of Hermione's ears turned red. He hides his eyes and dares not look directly at Luan's pale blue eyes. What does he mean? Just the right size. Looking at his masterpiece, Luan nodded in satisfaction. This is the only ring he has successfully engraved with the iron armor charm. After listening to Luan's explanation, Miss Hermione looked at the ring on her finger in disbelief, and at the same time was filled with emotion. Because no matter what Lewin will think of her for the first time. You close your eyes. Miss Hermione didn't care about Lewin's reaction. Her pure white hands covered Lewin's eyes. My face is dirty. Lewin, who had already guessed what the girl was going to do, smiled helplessly. I don't hate it. Miss Hermione smiled. Then the two of them took a breath, and her thank you gift was delivered. After washing his face of stains and messy hair with water, Lewin sat down in a chair with Hermione behind him, helping him with his hair. Although it is said that the magic wand can easily accomplish these things, after all, it has been washed for 11 years. Even Hermione did. Lewin also helped Hermione organize a low ponytail hairstyle today, with curls tied together behind her, looking very capable and beautiful. After using the wand to tidy up the messy hall, the two of them were ready to close the door and go out for breakfast. After all, Lewin didn't think about cooking, so he didn't buy some ingredients. When he walked out of the door, he realized that there were tiny snowflakes floating in the sky, and there was a slight cold wind from time to time. I want to eat hot pot, Lewin thought. However, many ingredients still need to be purchased from other places, at least not currently available. There are also many snack shops in Diagon Alley, so it's not worth going to the Leaky Cauldron for breakfast. After a brief breakfast, Hermione and Lewin went to the potions shop. It has only been credited with 10 gold galleons until today, which is a bit bleak. Today Lewin is going to make some iron armor rings to improve his proficiency. To this end, he also specially selected a corner position to prevent the surrounding bottles and jars and various materials from being messed up. Hermione, on the other hand, is curious to learn along with her, and she also wants to see the production process of this kind of thing. At noon, a familiar little wizard came here to buy something. With pale blonde hair and a face that followed behind his father, it was Malfoy who had lost his love. Gee, Granger. After seeing the figure on the counter now, Malfoy was taken aback. He didn't expect to see Lewin's little girlfriend here. Malfoy. Hermione was also taken aback. Her impression of Malfoy was not as disgusting as that of Harry and Ronald, except for what he said on the boat at first. You two know each other? A man with pale blonde hair, icy gray-blue eyes, and a pale pointed face stood in front of Malfoy and asked with a frown. My friend at school. Oh, Draco said softly. It was Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, who was questioning. Instead, Hermione couldn't help frowning after hearing her friend's words. She didn't like the title. Do you two have the potion you need? Put down the quill, Hermione asked. I don't like it, but the business still needs to be done. Do you have any palliatives here? Lucius said softly. His every move is like a qualified noble, but Lewin knows the true identity of the person in front of him. It is said that after graduating from Hogwarts, he joined Senior Tom's team and became an honorable Death Eater. How many bottles does Mr. Malfoy want? Lewin put away the wand in his hand, put a finished silver ring in front of Hermione, and asked softly. Just after hearing Draco's voice behind him, he came out. Gerald. Malfoy couldn't help but exclaimed. He really didn't expect these two to work together here. This was completely beyond his surprise. Long time no see, Draco. Lewin said hello with a smile, as usual in the dormitory. Haven't seen you for a long time. Draco nodded when he came to his senses. Lucius watched all this calmly, but he didn't expect that he could meet two friends of his classmates when he came to a shop at random. And these two knew that they were not pure-blooded families after hearing their names. Granger and Gerald, the 28 holy purebloods, have no family names. It was beyond his surprise that his son would actually be friends with these two. How could Draco, as a father, not know what kind of character Draco was, and he had pure-blooded pride in his heart, just like him. So far, I have only made 11 bottles of the softener. 35. These potions were all practiced by him when he was free, so there were only so many in stock. The potion was refined by the wizard in front of him? Lucius caught the point at once. His gray-blue eyes couldn't help but glance at the smiling Lewin. You must know that the demulcent is a high-level potion, and the refining method is complicated, so the price is high. If it weren't for his headaches these days, Lucius would not be willing to buy this potion, even if he has money. 11 bottles, I want them all. Lucius was not polite and directly pre-ordered these 11 bottles. The recent headache made him think Voldemort was coming back, which was a big joke. Voldemort was killed at a young age of 11. How could it be back? 11 bottles, a total of 800 galleons. With that said, Lewin used the levitation charm to put 11 vials of softener in the box used to hold the potion. Make a deal. Inheriting the property of the Malfoy family, Lucius can be said to be very atmospheric and handed over 800 gold galleons without blinking an eye. Come here more often. Watching the two figures leaving, Lewin brought a smile to the corner of his mouth. This is the first time I have encountered such a large customer, and I have earned back the rent money in one fell swoop. Even Hermione was smiling and looked happy. 66. The money is handed over to you. I am going to make some demulcents, and I will probably make a bottle tonight. Lewin handed the 800 galleons to Hermione, then took the wand and ring and went into the basement. Because the refining of potions generally has a strong smell and smoke, it is usually carried out in the basement. Night. There were no other customers shopping today except Lucius, so it closed early. Hermione followed Lewin to learn the use of runes and alchemy as usual, and she was keenly aware that she also had a silver ring like hers on Lewin's finger. This made the corners of Miss Hermione's lips twitch. My head is so dizzy. After reading the notes for a while, Hermione managed to feel dizzy under Lewin's explanation. I want a bottle of palliative too, Miss Hermione said weakly. It is worth mentioning that Hermione can also successfully make a demulcent. I just made Wang Li's, and it's cooling down next to the crucible in the basement. Lewin was carving a bracelet and had no choice but to let Hermione go. By the way, that pink bottle can't be drunk. But by the time he turned his head, Hermione had disappeared. Miss Hermione isn't that stupid, is she? After all, pink is still very conspicuous. Inside the basement, Miss Hermione came to the cauldron with the glowing spell. Beside the cauldron, bottles and jars of potions were listed, some with names and some without. Pink potion? At this time, the pink potion on the side made Hermione pick it up curiously. What is the pink potion? Miss Hermione, who had never been exposed to forbidden potions, was curious. She opened the cap and sniffed with the tip of her nose. A fragrance tickled the tip of her nose, as if urging Hermione to drink it. How about, have a taste? Looking at the pink potion, Hermione sniffed with her little nose. The fragrance of grass and parchment woke her up, as if it were a different kind of softener. Even though Miss Granger knew that this pink potion was not a softener, the color of the softener was very pale, as colorless and odorless as clear water. Well, her mind was not sober at first, but Hermione picked it up and took a sip under the stirring of the taste. After all, Lewin can't possibly be refining poison in Diagon Alley. What she didn't know, however, was that sometimes the power of ecstasy was far more powerful than some poisons. As the pink potion slowly entered the mouth, the fragrance of grass, the old smell of parchment, and the good smell of Lewin. Strange, why do I smell Lewin? Miss Hermione was puzzled. The moment she drank it again, her drowsy little head was awake, but she didn't know why Lewin's face kept appearing in her mind, as if full of infatuation. How is this going? Miss Hermione muttered to herself in confusion. Her heartbeat has begun to speed up now, especially when she thinks of Lewin's figure in her mind. There is something wrong with this bottle. She half squinted her brown eyes, hesitated for a while, and took another sip. This feels so weird. Take another bite. As the half bottle of pink medicine entered her mouth, Miss Hermione shook her head and walked slowly up the stairs. She wants to see Lewin sooner now. Failed again. Looking at the broken wristband fragments in his hand, Lewin reluctantly closed the writing wheel. This is the 18th time it has failed. It is still difficult to control the engraving of the floating spell into the bracelet, and the floating spell emerges accidentally, causing the chair to fly around. He has become proficient in the depiction of the magic text of the Iron Armor Curse and has been able to control it accurately. Speaking of which, how did Hermione go so long? Lewin threw the broken bracelet on the table, thinking with some doubts. It's just a bottle of softener. It's been almost 10 minutes now. However, just as he was about to get up, he was suddenly hugged by someone coming from behind. The little head rubbed against Lewin's back like a clingy kitten. Dab. What happened? As soon as he turned his head, he saw at a glance that something was wrong with Miss Hermione. Just drank a bottle of a nice-smelling pink potion. Hermione stroked his blonde hair. I don't know why, it's all about you right now. You can't learn it all. As she said that, she couldn't help but complain. Pink potion? Lewin was taken aback. Wasn't that the love potion he just refined today? How did Hermione drink that bottle? Looking at Hermione hugging him, Lewin felt helpless. Although he said that he also liked this feeling very much, but it was also the first time that he knew that love potion can make people become like this. Fortunately, these love potions are all time limited, and the dose of a bottle will expire by tomorrow morning. The smell on you is similar to the smell of the potion I drink. 35. Hermione sat on the sofa and leaned on Lewin's shoulders, her little nose twitching slightly. After all, you're drinking a love potion. Lewin also has no intention of continuing to study at this time. With a clingy Miss Hermione, this alchemy is not worth learning. Love potion? 35. Hermione froze slightly. Obviously, she has no impression of this potion, but she can guess the general meaning just by hearing the name. The taste of ecstasy is different for everyone, and the taste it brings out is what your heart loves best. Lewin explained softly. And obviously, what Miss Hermione just said had revealed what she liked in her heart. Will it taste like me if you drink it? Hermione took out the remaining half bottle of ecstasy from her pocket and asked softly in Lewin's ear. Lewin's ears tickled at the breath. I don't drink. After drinking this potion tonight, he has to go to Azkaban tomorrow. Become one of the youngest dark wizards ever jailed. That's a pity, Hermione said regretfully, placing the potion on the table. Both of them had no intention of studying. Hermione just leaned against Lewin's arms, her brown eyes no longer as smart as before. Ecstasy is also a hallucinogen, and Lewin suspects that Hermione's IQ has dropped a lot. It's 12 o'clock, we should go to bed. Looking at the clock hanging on the wall, Lewin touched the girl's hair and reminded him. Hermione narrowed her eyes and nodded. But when she got to the door, she was still holding Lewin's arm and didn't want to let go. My room is here. Lewin reluctantly pointed to the front door and said, I think the two of us can be together. Hermione lowered her head and said softly, her tone full of determination and impermissible rejection. After drinking the medicine, although the IQ decreased, but the courage increased. I don't think so. Hearing this, Lewin quickly shook his head. This is not punishable. Hearing the refusal, Hermione turned and raised her head, smiling and tiptoeing. Well, Lewin opened his eyes wide and looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. This is too brave. Boom. While Lewin wasn't paying attention, the hand behind Hermione opened the door, and the other hand quickly dragged him in. The door is locked. After closing the door, the super brave Miss Granger immediately took out her wand and cast a golden lock spell on the door. As soon as Lewin came back to his senses, he found himself locked in the room. Now you can't run. Saying that, Miss Hermione smiled proudly. Silly cute. Lewin silently took out his wand and aimed it at the door. At this time, Hermione's IQ suddenly recovered, and she thought that there was still Araho to open the spell. Don't use unlocking spells. Miss Hermione fiercely snatched Lewin's wand and threatened in a low voice. If you dare to use a spell, I will bite you. Just one night. Hermione threw the stolen wand on the table and said softly. But isn't that bad? Lewin hesitated. He hesitated. Hesitation means hope. Come on, it's time for us to sleep. 9. After speaking, before Lewin could respond, he felt like he was being pulled to the side of the bed. The next morning, small snowflakes fluttered outside the window, and the howling wind hit the glass of the window. The temperature was exceptionally cold today. The wizards shopping in Diagon Alley wore thick windbreaker robes and scarves. What? Lewin opened his sullen eyes and couldn't help yawning. He tried to turn over but found an arm on his body. Following her gaze, A girl with brown curly hair was still sleeping on her side. He didn't go back to his room last night after all, but stayed here and used by Hermione as a pillow. Maybe it was a little cold, and Hermione shrank her petite body under the covers, trying to find a warm place. Luan tried to keep his movements as light as possible, got out of bed and put the quilt on Miss Granger. He picked up the wand that had been thrown on the table last night and lit the firewood. After doing all this, he was ready to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. However, when he pulled the door, it didn't open. Luan was taken aback for a moment, and then he thought of something, picked up his wand and aimed it at the door. Araho cave open. After gently closing the door, Luan went to wash first. But what he didn't see was that at the moment when the door was closed, Hermione, who had closed his eyes, secretly opened a little. After seeing that Luan was indeed out, she lay in the quilt and breathed a sigh of relief. The cold temperature made Hermione wrap the quilt tightly around her body, and she stared at the closed door in a daze. Why was she so brave last night? It's because of that potion. After a night of time, the effect of the drug has long passed. Hermione thought about what happened last night. Her face flushed involuntarily, like a ripe apple. So shy. The girl buried her head in the quilt and thought involuntarily. In the downstairs hall, Luan hung on the wall the rumpled robe he slept in last night and put on a black-toned sweater. British breakfast is almost like that, and it is very labor-saving to make. After he made 2 exquisite breakfasts, Hermione also walked down from the upstairs room at this time. It's just that she is a little hesitant to see her footsteps, as if taking a step forward may fall into the abyss. It's time for breakfast. Luan stood at the head of the stairs and chuckled lightly. Today's Hermione wore a light-toned maxi dress over a black sweater, looking like a couple's outfit with Luan. Her brown hair hadn't had time to take care of, so it was scattered behind her like the first meeting. Hearing Luan's figure, Hermione nodded slightly and agreed. When she came to the dining table, she saw a flash of surprise in her eyes when she saw the 2 exquisite breakfasts. What exactly won't Luan do? In her eyes now, Luan seems to be omnipotent. After breakfast, the potion shop opened as usual. It was snowing heavily today, and it was still small snowflakes in the morning, and it was about to form a blizzard afternoon. There is no doubt that it is impossible to have guests today. The snowstorm lasted for about 2 days. In the past 2 days, Hermione received a letter from the Grangers, saying that she would remember to go back when she had time. Luan naturally has no opinion. After all, Hermione had been with him for almost 2 weeks, and he had given Miss Hermione his own vacation, and he didn't want to be hung up on street lamps in the future. But what surprised him was that Miss Hermione didn't want to go back at all. Here she can study and stay with what she likes, so why should she go back? However, at Luan's request, she chose to go home with her for a few days. Luan also felt a little empty in his store after sending off Hermione. Compared to the past few days, it seems a little more lonely. On the way to opening the store in the past few days, he also received several photos from his frog cub. The contents of the photos are all landscapes, and there are absolutely no landmarks that are worth noting. And the return period this time is also very long, probably after the start of school. This is the first time the frog cub has traveled for such a long time. I'm back. Hermione, who hadn't seen each other for 6 days, pushed the door with her luggage as the bell rang at the store door. For Flowers 0. After seeing the figure with his head resting on the counter reading a book, he immediately ran over and gave him a hug. The two circled the empty hall twice, and Luan quickly hugged Hermione, preventing her from falling to the ground. I haven't seen you for a few days, so you're so excited? Luan asked while rubbing the little head of the girl with a smile. Although it had only been 6 days, he still missed Hermione. After all, he lived alone for nearly 11 years or so. There was no one to accompany him except the frog cub. Getting used to the warm life of the past few days, it is always hard to return to loneliness again. I see you're pretty excited too. Hermione smiled and pointed to her feet off the ground, and couldn't help rubbing her head against Luan's cheek. Point 0. The familiar fragrance swayed Luan's nose again, causing the corners of his mouth to curl up. What about your parents? Lou and put Miss Hermione down, then picked up her luggage and carried it upstairs. The two of them dropped me off at the Leaky Cauldron, presumably on a trip. Hermione said happily. So I'll be working here until school starts. 55. Just a few days later, the two of us went to the Lehan bookstore opposite to buy all the books we need for next semester. Books and papers from Hogwarts for the next semester have been mailed to the two. Luan also studied it carefully and found that he had learned most of it. Like what advanced usage of magic spell, the use of living creatures of transformation spell. I heard that the next semester's dark magic defense professor might be Lockhart, said Luan, who moved the luggage to Hermione's room. I know, I saw Lockhart's book on the books I needed to buy. Hermione frowned nicely at this. His books are too expensive, and he has to buy them all. Lockhart's book is still quite interesting. Luan cleared the dust from the room with his wand, then turned to take Miss Hermione's hand. Come on, let's go around Diagon Alley. I'll help you choose some nice clothes. As the start of school draws nearer, there will be a group of little wizards buying books almost every day in the Lehan bookstore opposite the potion store. Most are first-year freshmen. In the past few days, Luan has not rarely seen first-year wizards come to the store to watch and has been curiously asking questions. Those Lockhart books took half of my savings all at once. Hermione calculated the gold galleon spent on buying Lockhart's books and finally crawled on the table in despair and said helplessly, "What's the hurry? The share hasn't been given to you yet." Luan sat on the reclining chair with a book and said leisurely, "Keep in mind that a small percentage of the potions sold in the store are made by Hermione." The wise Miss Hermione, after discovering her alchemy skills, turned around and asked Luan to teach her to brew the 650 potion. Luan naturally would not refuse the opinion of his little girlfriend. He taught Hermione everything from compound potions to love potions. But for some reason, Hermione was only interested in erotica. And there are preparations to take his test medicine. This made Luan a bit of a headache. If it really made him drink the love potion, it is estimated that the next time we meet will be Hermione's visit. With Miss Hermione's participation, Luan usually feels a lot easier. So there is a share of Hermione as it should be divided. I think about it, the gold galleon earned this month is about 6,000, and we can split it equally. 99. Luan thought about it and chuckled. Hermione, however, shook her head. I didn't do much, I gave too much. Stop, the two of us don't need to say such things. Luan hurriedly skipped the topic. Instead of thinking about this, you might as well look at how many Lockhart books the two of us bought. He pointed to the pile of books beside the desk, most of which were Lockhart's travel books to pass the boredom. In this semester's dark magic defense class, they bought more than half of the books during the holidays, so they only needed to buy a little, and it didn't cost much. How come there are so many? Hermione looked at it and said somewhat incredulously. She remembered that she only bought 2 copies. I bought the rest. Luan said helplessly. No way, other than alchemy, Lockhart's travel story is the most interesting in Lehan bookstore. If he hadn't known about Lockhart, he would have thought the author was a legendary great wizard. Lockhart. Luan laughed. He remembered that the other party seemed to be just a master who used the forgetting spell. All the stories were copied from other people's minds, and his own writing style was added to create such a hot reputation. You seem to enjoy reading his books more than I do. 35. Hermione walked over to Luan with a notebook and said, The book is good, but people have some problems. Luan shrugged, not knowing how to explain it to Hermione. After all, he and Lockhart hadn't met each other, so it's nothing to say. Always listening to Luan say about Lockhart, even Miss Hermione felt a sense of exclusion from the authors of these books. Can you help me see if this potion can be added to snakeskin? Hermione said and handed the note to Luan. After taking a look at the recipe, Luan thought for a while and nodded. Can. Immediately afterwards, Luan put down the book in his hand and began to explain the refining process of this potion to Hermione. Recently, Hermione has put a lot of effort into potions and has been brewing all kinds of potions in the basement. She even started refining the compound medicine that lasted for several months. Although when it comes to the start of school, it may not be able to be cooked. Hermione turned the silver ring on her white finger while listening to Luwin's explanation. She also has a general understanding of the rune engraved on it. The general meaning is love, health, romance, relaxing time. This brings her feelings for Luwin one step closer. And the runes on the rings of the two are exactly the same. It's hard not to get crooked. What are you thinking, so fascinated? Luwin pinched the smiling Hermione's little nose and asked curiously, "Do you know the meaning on the ring?" Hermione snapped the fingers, pinching her nose in dissatisfaction, and asked Luwin, "Of course I know." Luwin nodded with a smile. He understood what Hermione was thinking. "You are the most romantic I have ever seen." 35. Miss Hermione squeezed Luwin's cheek with her hand, smiling like a flower. "I hope it's the only one you've ever seen." Luwin's pale blue eyes were smiling. "Lockhart is coming." The internationally acclaimed adventure writer, Merlin Third Class, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League, and five-time Witcher Weekly winner of the Most Charming Smile Award, is in Diagon Alley. Both the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler have reported on this. Lockhart's book signing will be held in Leeshend Bookstore in 5 days. Naturally, Hermione and Luwin, who lived on the opposite side, also got the news. Luwin can already predict how hot the business will be on the other side 5 days later, but his potion shop is empty. After hearing Luwin's exclamation, Hermione couldn't help but covered her mouth and laughed. She knew that in this month's time, Luwin's gold galleon was no less than the income of the Blossom Bookstore and Mrs. Morkan's clothing store. And in comparison, Luwin's side is very leisurely. Every day here, he is reading books and refining medicine for 0.1. No need to be busy at all. 5 days passed quickly. Hermione was awakened by the sound outside the window. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned to look at the Leeshend Bookstore opposite. Before it was dawn, there were already quite a few wizards standing at the door waiting. Most of them are young witches. After all, Lockhart is still very handsome and has been the male lead on the cover of magazines several times. But in Miss Granger's view, Lockhart didn't look as good as Luwin. Miss Hermione turned to look at the clock on the wall. It was only about 5 o'clock. It's crazy. She thought so, but cast a silence spell with her wand and went back to sleep on the soft bed. It was about 9 in the morning when Luwin rang in Hermione's room. As the door opened, Miss Hermione was wearing a pale blue pajamas printed with bears, reached out and rubbed her sleepy eyes, but stood in front of him. "Good morning, Miss Beaver." Luwin greeted with a smile. "Hate." Hermione glanced at Luwin and muttered softly, "I always feel that bunny ears are a good match for you now." Luwin's wand-holding hand was a little eager. But Hermione just shut the door. "I have to go to Leeshend Bookstore to buy things in a while. Don't mess around." 39. A muffled voice came from behind the door. She went to change clothes. In the past few days, Luwin took her to buy clothes in Mrs. Morkan's store when she had nothing to do, and said seriously that it was employee benefits. Luwin took back his wand with some pity, then turned around and went downstairs to make breakfast. By the time Hermione came downstairs again, her pajamas had been replaced. A brown knitted sweater with a pleated 13 skirt and black boots. This combination makes Luwin shine. The suit was purchased from London, not available in Mrs. Morkan's store. "How about it?" Hermione asked expectantly. "Very nice." Luwin nodded in praise. The answer clearly made the girl happy, and she trotted over and sat across from Luwin. However, after seeing the chocolate milk in front of Luwin, the smile could not help stiffening. "You're drinking chocolate again." Hermione frowned and looked at Luwin. "You must know that since she came here, Luwin basically drinks chocolate milk every day and is not afraid of getting sick and tooth decay." Don't drink. Feeling the bad look, Luwin aimed his wand at the chocolate milk in the quilt. Rabbit Eye Jing harped faintly, turned into black tea. As the spell was cast, the chocolate milk slowly turned into a cup of black tea under Hermione's eyes. Then she nodded in satisfaction. After the two of them finished their meal, it was about 11 o'clock in the afternoon. "It's a bit late today, because the door usually opens at 7 or 8. But it doesn't matter if the door is open today, because the Leeshend Bookstore opposite is almost full, and no one notices the potion shop opposite." Let's go. The two of us will also go over there to see the excitement. Luann also changed into a casual outfit and turned to Hermione. The books Lockhart needed had been purchased a few days ago, so there was no need to squeeze in and grab those autographs. After all, in Luann's view, whether or not Lockhart's signature is the same. He even thought that Lockhart's signature was a good biography that tainted the book. The weather is nice today. The blue sky, the breeze blowing from time to time, and the lively crowd. Hermione held a box of BB Duo beans, hesitating whether she should put it in her mouth or not. She gave Luann everything that felt wrong. Luann ate it with relish. Beef, lemon, orange, honeydew melon. A variety of flavors come together in the mouth. Bah, earthy. 99. As soon as she ate a BB bean, Hermione couldn't help but spit it out. There are 700 flavors. Why are you so unlucky? Luann quipped. The words made Hermione hammer him with her little fist, painlessly. After the two entered the Lehan bookstore, they saw a blond man speaking on the high platform at a glance. His expression was full of smiles, and he looked confident and friendly. It's Lockhart. Hermione stood beside Luann and whispered. Both of them had seen Lockhart's portrait on the cover of a magazine, and he looked exactly like him now. Especially that smile. Wait, isn't that Harry? At this point, Luann pointed to Harry, who was standing beside Lockhart with an embarrassed face. What happened? As soon as the two came in, Lockhart's speech just ended, so he had no idea what was going on stage. Harry walked down embarrassedly holding the signed book. Luann was pulled by Hermione just as he thought about it. The Weasley brothers are there too. Following his gaze, the red-haired brother was very conspicuous in the crowd, and he also saw Ronald and a red-haired little girl. The Weasleys are here too? Luann muttered to himself, then walked over with Hermione to say hello. Isn't that Luann and Hermione? Before the two of them passed, George saw the young couple at a glance. Are the two of them inseparable during the holidays? Fred also thought strangely. But he was very happy to see his partners and friends in the bookstore. Good afternoon, sir and ma'am. Luann and Hermione greeted politely. Hello, two little wizards. Arthur, the head of the family, is also a friend who responded to his son with a smile. Are you here for Lockhart's autograph session? Luann asked curiously. Fred and I don't want to come. It's our mother who wants to. George's voice got smaller and smaller because Fred pointed blankly behind him. It's Ronald who wants Mr. Lockhart's autographed book. George quickly corrected, you know, he loves reading those books. 35. I didn't. Ronald retorted subconsciously, but was glared by George. Long time no see. 653. Luann, Hermione. Harry, holding the signed book, greeted him with a smile. Long time no see. How is the holiday? Luann responded with a smile. You don't want to know, it sucks. Harry said helplessly. No one knew how he got through this terrible holiday at the Dursley home. It was nothing short of torture. How about you? Harry asked curiously. Hermione and I open a potion shop across the street from Lehan bookstore, where we study and sell potions during the holidays. Luann pointed to the closed potion shop opposite and said, A Collie's potion shop. Fred couldn't help exclaiming when he saw the signboard. You actually opened a potion shop. Ronald and Harry both widened their eyes and shouted in disbelief. Even as a staff member of the Ministry of Magic, Arthur couldn't help but glance at the blonde little wizard. He has heard Ronald and Gemini mention that he is a very talented first-year wizard, and his report card is all outstanding, except for the history of magic class. But just such a little wizard who is about to enter the 2nd grade actually opened a potion shop during the holiday? My Merlin. Arthur was shocked. Luann smiled and didn't answer. According to Fred, the Weasleys are here today mainly to buy some school books. Too many books by Lockhart. Even George couldn't help but complain. The new dark magic defense teacher must be an admirer of him, maybe a nympho witch. Lockhart is our new dark magic defense professor. Didn't you just hear the talk? Percy said helplessly, holding a copy of How Prefects Gain Power in his hand. That's why you like listening to useless speeches. George shook his head. Although the Weasley family is a pureblood family, the actual savings are far less than that of the Malfoy family, and it can even be said to be pitiful. In addition, their family has a lot of children, including this year's Ginny. A total of 5 sets of Lockhart books have to be purchased. After saying those words, Hermione couldn't help taking a breath. She was almost unable to pay for 1 set, let alone 5 sets. Miss Hermione couldn't even think about it. You might as well buy a set and then use a copy to make a pair. Miss Hermione made a comment. Duplicates have a time limit. 39. Fred shook his head helplessly. The ideas, Hermione said, he had already tried. Moreover, the books in the Lehan store are blessed with magic, and it is impossible to even print them. The only thing that can be printed out is blank sheets of paper. This is an anti-theft spell unique to the magic world. By the way, our cards are almost finished. At this time, Fred suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Probably in a few days, the 2nd set will come out. Hearing this, Lewin was not too surprised. According to the cards he gave out at Christmas, he has already started to prepare the 2nd set, and the time is about the same. As long as the 1st set of templates is made, the subsequent cards will be much easier to make. Speaking of which, George and Fred seemed to be able to see piles of Jean galleons flying towards them. While Lewin and Fred were chatting, the Weasleys took Ginny and Harry, who were about to enter school, to choose school books. Ginny, the youngest child of Weasley, also has dazzling red hair and a newly bought cauldron hanging on her arm, looking a little shy. Isn't this Arthur from the Ministry of Magic? An arrogant figure resounded from the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. With light blonde hair neatly groomed, Lucius looked at Arthur with a pair of eyes, and a trace of sarcasm flashed. Lucius? Arthur's face was a little ugly when he saw the person who made the sound. The relationship between the two is not very friendly, and Arthur, who works in the Ministry of Magic, will inevitably have a lot of conflict with Lucius, who has taken refuge in Voldemort. Look, you go to school with such ragged books? Lucius walked over slowly, stretched out his hand, and took out the somewhat shabby Transformation Guide for Beginners from Ginny's cauldron and laughed sarcastically. However, when he put it back, a book suddenly appeared in the crucible that had only 1 book. This action made Lewin, who had been observing this side, noticed. As for the others, they were staring angrily at Lucius and Draco behind him. That should be Senior Tom's diary. Some impressions, Lewin thought. In order to buy these things, you are going to be hungry next month. Lucius said the most sarcastic words in a calm tone. He also tapped the floor with his golden snake-headed wand, as if to show off something. Harry, I didn't expect to see you here. What a surprise. Draco, who was standing in the back, glanced at Harry, who was standing beside Ginny, and said sarcastically, I didn't expect you to find a girlfriend. 5. Hearing this, Ronald blushed, threw the book into the cauldron, and was about to rush up to punch the nasty face, which Harry hurriedly pulled. These two are indeed father and son. Lewin thought. Oh, isn't this the little wizard from the potion shop? Lucius turned his eyes and saw Lewin, who was selling his potions. Weasley, looking at your friends, a bunch of muggle families, I thought you were depraved enough. Hearing this, Arthur was completely furious, and before Lucius could react, he punched him. How dare you, Weasley? Lucius was beaten to the ground by surprise, touched his numb nose, and a bright red blood appeared. Well played. The twins cheered. This farce quickly attracted the attention of other customers in the bookstore, and the clerk hurried over to persuade him, but to no avail. The two have been wrestling together. Draco wanted to go up to help, but was petrified by Lewin with his wand. He couldn't take what Lucius just said as inaudible. Sure enough, pure-blooded wizards hate it. Draco looked desperately at Lewin, who was smiling at the corner of his mouth. How did my father pull Gerald in two? With the arrival of Hagrid, the battle between Lucius and Arthur is over. Wait and see for me. After a harsh sentence, Lucius broke free from Hagrid's palm, used his wand to dispel Draco's petrification spell, and rushed out of the store. You should ignore him, Arthur. Hagrid, a senior, naturally knew both Arthur and Lucius. He shook his head and said, You know, he always has a lot of intrigue. You shouldn't be so impulsive. Mrs. Weasley was also a little angry, knowing that this was at Lockhart's press conference, surrounded by wizards. I saw his face and wanted to punch him. Arthur patted the dust on his body and reasoned with Mrs. Weasley. Ginny? Ignoring what happened over there, Lewin took Hermione to Ginny's side and looked at the shy little witch with a pair of pale blue, Wongly How, eyes friendly. My name is Lou N. Gerald. Her name is Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you. With that, he took out a brand new basic transformation guide from the books he had just purchased and put it in Ginny's cauldron inside. This is a school gift for you, Lewin said with a smile. Even Hermione on the side was smiling privately. Thanks. Ginny thanked politely. And Lewin took out the notebook that was placed in her cauldron, which was what Lucius put in it. When was this notebook bought? Ginny looked at the notebook with some doubts. She didn't remember buying it. This is a gift in return, Lewin said softly. He opened the notebook, and there was an obscure name in the upper left corner. Tom Riddle. Ginny didn't pay much attention to this diary that looked a little worn out and gave it to Lewin as a gift in return. Lewin, who has some impressions, knows that the notebook in his hand comes from the Horcrux made by Senior Tom when he was young. The most excellent Dark Lord of Slytherin, Tom knew a lot of things when he was a student, and he just used it as a tool. Lewin thought. While Lewin was thinking about things, the Weasley family had already come over, and Mr. Arthur rubbed the corners of his blue eyes. It was struck by Lucius with the golden snake head wand. Fred had already bought what they were going to buy, so they were going back to the leaky cauldron for a lunch. Lewin and Hermione did not follow, because Miss Hermione wanted to have a good stroll in Diagon Alley today. Meet Lewin at school. Goodbye, everyone. 95. Watching the Weasleys and Harry and Hagrid leave, Lewin smiled and waved. It was really a good choice to come to Lehan Bookstore today, and I got a notebook from Senior Tom. Lewin threw the notebook into the different space, and then left Lehan Bookstore with Hermione. The time for the start of school is getting closer and closer, and Lewin and Hermione still have a lot of things to buy. Like summer clothes. Hermione frowned and glanced at Lewin, who was smiling and instinctively told her that the boy in front of her was thinking something bad. Evening. The dim sunlight fell on the ground, reflecting a pale golden color on the glass. After shopping for a day, Lewin and Hermione finally returned to the potion shop. The Lehan Bookstore opposite has not been crowded since Lockhart left. Pushing open the delicate wooden door, a pleasant bell rang. As soon as she returned to the hall, Hermione returned to her bedroom with a large bag of things in her arms. It's full of summer clothes, most of which Lewin helped her pick out. After all, Lewin still has confidence in his appreciative gaze. Tom's diary. After sitting on the soft sofa, he took out the diary from the other dimension. Is there something wrong with this diary? Just as he was hesitating whether to wake up his beloved Senior Tom, a pleasant voice came from the stairs. I saw Hermione came down in a lovely blue nightgown with a high ponytail. A pair of brown eyes looked at Lewin curiously. No problem. Lewin shrugged, then tossed the journal aside. He didn't want Miss Hermione involved. After all, none of Voldemort's stuff is good stuff. Then you look so fascinated. Not as good as you. Lewin looked at Hermione approaching, pulled her over, and rubbed her cheek. Don't move. 35. Hermione pushed Lewin's face aside with her hand, her cheeks flushing slightly. Wow, Lewin has been getting more emboldened these days. Miss Hermione had selectively forgotten what had happened the other day. The two sat on the sofa chatting about alchemy knowledge for a while, and after a while Hermione couldn't help covering her mouth and yawned. Crystal tears slipped quietly from the corners of her eyes, and Lewin wiped them away with his hands. Sleepy? Miss Hermione nodded obediently. As soon as she heard about alchemy, she couldn't help but feel sleepy and her head felt groggy. Lewin also had a deep understanding of it when he took the demon history class. With an exclamation from Hermione, Lewin picked her up in a princess hug. Miss Granger quickly wrapped her arms around Lewin's neck to prevent herself from falling. He is so powerful, Miss Hermione thought. Come on, I'll take you back to your room. Lewin nodded Hermione with his head and said with a smile. Miss Granger's weight is not very heavy, and her body is, petite, which is too easy for Luen, who is increasing in strength. Pushing open the door, Luen put Hermione on the big soft bed and could only leave. But at this moment, Hermione grabbed Luen's shirt and prevented him from leaving. "What's wrong?" Luen touched the tip of his nose suspiciously. 669. Hermione didn't answer, but closed her eyes gently, the corners of her mouth raised in anticipation. Luen got it. "This is not good?" Even though Luen said so, he still slowly got up. "Well, the ice cream that Miss Hermione bought today is lemon-flavored. Good night." "Good night." Hermione responded softly with a smile on her lips. As the voice fell, the lights in the room turned off, and the door made a crisp sound. Luen left the room. After returning to his bedroom, Luen turned on the bright lights, then sat down on the table and put the diary in front of him. A pair of pale blue eyes stared at the bright night sky outside the window, as if thinking about something. "Senior Tom, long time no see." Luen took a quill, dipped some ink, and wrote a name on the blank notebook. Luen Gerald. The black ink was very conspicuous on the white paper, but before a minute passed, the ink of the name began to gradually fade, and it disappeared after a while. Immediately afterwards, another line of different handwriting appeared on the paper. "Hello, my name is Tom Riddle, and I am the owner of this diary. Don't be surprised. I am an alchemy product refined by an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts, and I can help you gain knowledge." Tom, who just graduated from Hogwarts, is still alone, so he speaks very well. "Can you help me gain knowledge?" Luen held back his laughter and wrote this paragraph with a quill pen. "Luen, may I call you that?" 99. Writing began to appear in the diary. "Of course you can, Senior Tom. As far as I know, Gerald doesn't belong to the pure blood family. May I take the liberty to ask, which college are you from?" "Slytherin." After Luen wrote this sentence, the diary waited for a long time without the next sentence, as if he was thinking about something. "Your life must be difficult. After all, you are in Slytherin and you are not a pureblood. The person who made me was also a student of Slytherin and an orphan. I am also an orphan." "That's quite a coincidence." "Yes, it's a coincidence." Luen's eyes flickered, and he was already thinking about how to drain Senior Tom. The stars twinkled at night, and the bright moonlight reflected on the houses in Diagon Alley. Miss Hermione's room was pitch black, except for the slight sound of steady breathing. The room opposite Luen was brightly lit by candles. He was sitting at the table by the window, writing and drawing with a quill dipped in ink in his hand. The 6th grade Senior Tom is still very scheming. Luen and him have tested each other, and what they both get is some nonsense. "Have you ever received bullying at Slytherin?" A line appeared on the diary, the font. After one glance, Luen knew what Senior Tom was going to do. He thought about how to answer, but before he could write, the diary seemed to be unable to wait, and a new line of fonts appeared again. "I will give you a powerful spell to make you the king of those little snakes." Appeared, Tom's purpose finally appeared. Luen's mouth twitched. "What spells can you teach me? What do you want to learn?" The diary quickly changed the font. "I can teach you any spells of higher order. Have you ever learned about thunderbolts?" "Thunderbolt?" Luen shook his head, that spell he had already learned in the forbidden area. "Change another one, this one I will." 99. Seeing this line of words, the diary pondered and wrote. "As for the iron spell, this spell is a good defensive spell, and Flitwick probably won't teach you in 1st grade. Let's do something else. This one has already been learned." This time the diary was silent. "The piercing spell, you have never learned this." 35. The notes in the diary are gradually scribbled, and it can be seen that it is in a hurry. But the piercing curse Luen has long known, and he also experimented with Voldemort. "I don't know how Tom will react when he finds out about Voldemort's situation," he thought wickedly. "To be honest, I have learned not only the heart-piercing curse, but also the remaining 2 unforgivable curses, so can you show some sincerity?" Luen was not afraid of exposure at all, and wrote it directly. This line of fonts did not disappear as before, but stayed on the paper for a long time, just like an ordinary diary. After a long time, just when Luen was a little impatient, the font on the diary appeared. It is not as elegant as it was at the beginning, but it is scribbled and even scratched, and it can be seen that it is a little angry. How could a first-year wizard learn this? You must be lying to me. You're not a first-year wizard. How could I lie to you? These spells are all learned by me in the Forbidden Area. They are very simple, aren't they? Lewin didn't panic at all, and the handwriting was as graceful as Miss Hermione's. He has also recently been learning handwriting with Miss Hermione. It looks very beautiful. It may be that these are not convincing enough. He repeated the titles and authors of the banned books. What a good seedling to be a dark wizard. For a long time, this sentence appeared in the diary. I don't think you should be in Slytherin, you should be in Azkaban. I also feel like I've been an underachiever at Slytherin. There was no reply from the diary for a long time. Maybe he was D off by Lewin's words. Do you know alchemy? I'm learning this recently. Seeing that Senior Tom didn't answer, Lewin took the initiative. Alchemy, I don't know much, but I can explain it to you. The diary wrote this, but the dazzling words are still proving that it is not in a good mood. Lewin suddenly discovered that he seemed to be able to guess his mood through Senior Tom's handwriting, as if a person had written all his emotions on his face. Have you ever tried to engrave a spell on a ring or bracelet? I thought about it, but I failed. The power of those spells is not well controlled. 99. The handwriting is more dazzling, and this diary is probably surprised. Maybe the two of us can have a good conversation. There was a smile on Lewin's mouth. Senior Tom has indeed studied this method, so the other party must have his own ideas and opinions. The exchange between a person and a diary continued until 4 in the morning. After that, the communication between the two became more intense, and Tom's handwriting gradually faded. He was about to be drained. However, Tom was still shocked by this little wizard who claimed to be a first-year student, because many ideas were ignored by him, and he did not think about it. For Flowers 0, what he can be sure of is that the little wizard who picked him up must be a gifted genius. Even he was a little surprised by those huge knowledge reserves. And Lewin is also very satisfied. Needless to say, the wisdom of being able to become the Dark Lord must not be bad. Perhaps the current wisdom without a nose has declined a lot. But this outstanding student, Tom, who is about to graduate from Hogwarts, is at the peak of his intelligence. After the communication between the two people, he also had some improvement methods for the method of depicting runes. I think the two of us will be here tonight. Light black writing appeared on the notebook, and it could be seen that it was running out of ink. After all, it has just been awakened today, and it has very little power left, and it cannot even interfere with the outside world. Otherwise, he would have controlled Lewin with the dark charm. So much nonsense needs to be said there. Okay, it's not too early, we'll talk when we have time. Lewin looked up at the clock, then closed the diary and threw it into the different space. There was absolutely no chance for Senior Tom to say goodbye. After all, he is just a tool man. When Tom's survival was drained, he would hand over the diary to Dumbledore, and he could earn some credits. The fire spell, Dementor. You can't know many spells yet? Ask Senior Tom another day. After muttering to himself, Lewin went to sleep contentedly. Early morning. Bang. There was a knock on the door, and Miss Hermione, who had woken up early, came to wake Lewin. I'm coming. Lewin yawned and got up to pack up. Seeing Miss Hermione looking at him with her head tilted outside the door, she walked over and hugged her. Good morning, darling. No, serious, you stayed up late last night? Hermione tried to push Lewin away, but pulled it back blushing. When she saw the dark circles under Lewin's eyes, she couldn't help asking curiously. It hurts my body to stay up all night. I just stayed up all night. After all, going to bed at 4 and waking up at 6 is no different from staying overnight. Soon his reinforced body could handle it. With everything busy, the start date of Hogwarts is approaching. Lewin chose to close the potion shop these days, take a good rest with Hermione and learn some magic spells, alchemy and the like. It's so hard. Seeing the character die again, Hermione couldn't help but complain. Lewin stopped the quill in his hand and turned to look. Today, Hermione was lying on the sofa wearing only a long beige dress, and her 2 white and petite feet were swaying by the sofa, looking very cute. Stop playing games, come and learn. 35. Lu-en sighed helplessly. Since the last time I played a few MCs with Hermione, the girl was hooked on the console right away. Take it out to play when you're bored. However, the degree of internet addiction is obviously not as high as Malfoy and the others. After all, Miss Granger knows self-control. Alchemy is too difficult. When Hermione heard this, her little head lying on the sofa couldn't help but look at Lu-en, her brown eyes half squinted. I didn't talk about learning alchemy. Let's learn about Professor McGonagall's transfiguration spell first. Lu-en pointed to the various materials on the table. Maybe the two of us can try animagus. Professor McGonagall said that was risky. Hermione couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, I will be successful with me, but the two of us can't talk for a month. Lu-en picked up an emerald green mandrake and said, No, let's talk about it later. Hearing that she was going to be banned for a month, Hermione shook her head quickly. The school is about to start, and the two of them can't be dumb for a month. In that case, they won't be able to answer questions in class. Lu-en thought for a while and decided to give up the idea. Let's try it next time we're on vacation. After all, in school, if Professor McGonagall finds out that he is practicing AF*CK Gus privately, it is estimated that the credits will definitely be deducted. Let's play games. Hermione put her little head next to Lu-en and whispered seductively, Our two houses are not finished yet. Lu-en turned to look at Hermione, who was approaching, and couldn't help but glance at the two little feet hidden in the sofa. When Miss Hermione wasn't looking, he grabbed it with his hands. What do you want? Hermione's eyes widened, trying to get rid of Lu-en's hands. Unfortunately, the strength is simply not enough. Under her unbelievable gaze, Lu-en raised the corner of his mouth and picked up the quill for writing. We learn. Miss Granger immediately changed her tune. But it's too late. The quill had touched the sole of her tiny foot. Damn it. Miss Hermione was lying on the messy sofa with her face flushed red and angrily kicked Lu-en's calf with her little foot. Don't do this to me next time. Lu-en clutched his shoulder that had been bitten by a tooth mark and nodded quickly. Mouth is too harsh. Almost bit out his thunder scales. After some playfulness, the two of them started their daily studies. Although Hermione was very troubled by alchemy, she was still very interested in other subjects. But mostly she was asking, and Lu-en was in charge of answering. Many problems, he can come up with solutions. Is the gap between the two of us that big? Hermione pursed her lips and thought. But only Lu-en knows that he has been picking wool at Senior Tom's place in recent days, and he has mastered most of the knowledge. Even Senior Tom had to sigh, this little wizard is really a genius rarely seen in 100 years. As the start of school approached, Miss Hermione also made several trips home at the strong request of the Grangers. And the last time was the last time she went home, and Lu-en would go with her when she went to school, so the Grangers didn't have to send them off. Hearing his daughter's words, Mr. Granger looked at Lu-en with some complicated eyes. He never imagined that in less than 2 months, his daughter would not want to come back at all. Feeling Mr. Granger's gaze, Lu-en nodded with a smile. He hasn't done anything to Hermione, or it has always been Miss Hermione's hands on him every day. Especially after drinking the love potion. The relationship between the two seems to have taken a big step forward, and things like living together, the two of them are simply used to it. And during the month and a half of living together, Lu-en's cooking skills have improved a lot, and every day is a variety of exquisite dishes. He tried both English and Huxia breakfasts, and Miss Hermione was curious about the Huxia food she had never seen before. However, it is still the most suitable for hot pot in winter, but there is absolutely no seasoning. Lu-en is full of regrets. However, he spent some pounds to go to the Origin to buy some, and he doesn't know when it will be delivered. Time passed so slowly. The day before school started, it snowed in London, so it was a little cold to get up the next day, and the windows were slammed by the cold wind. Lu-en got up early to prepare breakfast, and after a while Hermione walked down yawning. She also changed her pajamas to a light-colored plaid shirt in advance, wearing a pair of blue jeans and a pair of brown marten boots. The brown curly hair of the shawl is also arranged into a low ponytail according to Lu-en's preference, and there are 2 strands of curly hair hanging down in front of the forehead. He looks handsome, handsome, and handsome. Miss Beaver, good morning. Lu-en chuckled and greeted her 0.1 to come over for dinner. When she got to the table, she first brought the chocolate milk in front of Lu-en to her side, and then put her black tea in Lu-en's place. This is your punishment, Mr. Chocolate. Can black tea be sweetened? Lu-en asked helplessly. Hermione keeps all the sugar in the store because she finds that Lu-en always likes to add a lot of sugar to his drinks. Cannot. For his body, Hermione refused. Fine. Lu-en picked up the black tea and took a sip, and it is not unacceptable that there is no sugar added. After breakfast, the two were ready to pack up and head to the train station. King's Cross Station. Lu-en and Hermione got out of the taxi with suitcases in their hands. It's about 8 o'clock now, and the train will leave at 9 o'clock, so there is plenty of time. In the station, there were already many little wizards saying goodbye to their parents. Lu-en couldn't help but glanced at Hermione beside him when he saw the scene. It might be the start of school, and Hermione, who didn't sleep well last night, was covering her mouth and yawning. What's wrong? Seeing Lu-en looking at herself, she asked inexplicably. No, nothing. The Riddler. Hermione nudged his waist with a small hand in dissatisfaction. This guy is definitely thinking about her. According to the order, the two of them soon reached the pillar, and the trot accelerated and rushed in. It was only after the 9 3/4 station that Lu-en discovered that the surroundings were already crowded with all kinds of curious little wizards, all of whom had just enrolled this year. That is a freshman. Before he knew it, he and Hermione had both been living at Hogwarts for almost a year. Sparing those little wizards, Lu-en walked into the carriage with 13 suitcases and the girl behind him. As usual, the two found a place directly at the end of the carriage, and there was no one in it. Speaking of which, I don't seem to have seen the Weasley family or Harry. The familiar little witch who was leaning on Lu-en said suspiciously. The two of them saw many acquaintances at the waiting station, Malfoy, Cedric. But the conspicuous redheads and Harry couldn't be found. Lu-en also wanted to ask Fred about the cards. Maybe it's a delay on the way and it's not yet 9 o'clock. 55. Lu-en picked up a multi-flavored bean and put it in Hermione's mouth, but Hermione took a bite from his little finger. It hurts. Lu-en pulled out his fingers and glanced helplessly at the smug little witch, rubbed her brown curly hair with the other free hand, and it looked a little messy after a while. Broken gold sunlight filtered through the window, covering the two of them like golden gauze. Hermione narrowed her eyes when she was being touched, looking like a very comfortable kitten. I feel that cat ears are more suitable for Miss Hermione than rabbit ears. Lu-en couldn't hold the wand in his hand. The thoughts in his mind gradually expanded, and he looked down at Hermione, who was lying in his arms with his eyes closed. Anyway, the carriage they're in belongs to the end position, so no one should disturb them. Just try it. While Hermione was not paying attention, Lu-en gently picked up the wand and aimed it at the little witch's brown curly hair. Become cat ears. There was a whisper, and the wand gave off a faint glow. 2 brown cat ears suddenly appeared on top of the empty head, and they vibrated quickly from time to time. Oops, it's a heart-wrenching feeling. Lu-en glanced at Hermione, who didn't know what was going on, and quietly stretched out a hand to touch it. It looks fluffy and must feel very good, Lu-en thought. However, his hand had just reached halfway when the door of the carriage suddenly slammed. Miss Hermione opened her eyes instantly when she heard the voice and quickly left Lu-en's arms. Strange, why do I feel that the knock on the door is a bit loud? Lu-en looked at the shaking cat ears and secretly said something was wrong. If Miss Hermione found out, she would be bitten again. As Hermione opened the door of the carriage, what caught her eye was a little witch with pale gold and brown, waist length, and smart gray eyes. The first time she saw Hermione, she froze in place. What's up with those 2 cat ears? Hello, what's the matter with you? Miss Hermione saw that the little witch did not speak, so she asked kindly. No, I just can't find an empty carriage. The little witch's voice was very light, but full of empty inspiration, just like the cry of a lark. Lu-en stuck his head out of the carriage and glanced at the little witch outside. It was a very cute little witch with 2 weird radish earrings. You can come to our carriage. Miss Hermione was very friendly to the first-year wizard and invited her directly. My name is Hermione Granger, and he's my boyfriend Lou and Gerald. This introduction made Lewin laugh, and it was a declaration of his sovereignty. Thanks, I'm Luna Lovegood. With an ethereal voice, Luna walked into the carriage with a magazine and sat opposite Lewin and Hermione. Hello. Lewin greeted with a chuckle. He had an impression of the little witch in front of him. Hello, 35. Luna responded politely. Is the magazine in your hand the Quibbler? Hermione, who just read the magazine in her spare time, recognized the name of the magazine at a glance. After all, the Quibbler is a unique magazine in the magical world, specializing in those creatures that are said to be non-existent in the world, and the sales volume is also much higher than that of the Daily Prophet. 657 is the most suitable room for killing boredom. But Hermione clearly disagreed with the magazine. At least Lewin had heard her complain. Is Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor-in-chief of this magazine, your father? Seeing that Hermione was about to make her own comment, Luo took the lead in answering. Yes, the editor-in-chief is indeed my father. Luna looked at Lewin curiously and replied. Hermione, who was just about to comment on this magazine, didn't know what to say. A pair of brown cat ears kept shaking, revealing her inner thoughts. Luckily, Lewin was interrupted, otherwise her critical remarks would have blurted out. Although she was deceived by Lewin every day, it did not mean that Miss Hermione was a fool. Luna finally couldn't help but pointed to the top of Miss Hermione's head and hesitated. The cat ears on top of your head look funny. Hearing this sentence, Lewin couldn't help covering his face. It's over, it's been said. Cat ears? The small ear on Hermione's head froze, no more shaking. She reached out and touched the top of her head. There were indeed two fluffy kitten ears. In an instant, she locked onto the target. Lewin. Miss Hermione straightened her brown curly hair and sulked away from Lewin. No wonder she felt that her hearing had improved a lot. It turned out that it was all a matter of cat ears. Lewin sat in the corner by the window, watching the shaking cat ears and sighed helplessly. He hasn't touched it yet. And my face still hurts. He touched the slightly flushed cheek which had been pulled out by the angry Miss Hermione. That's sorry? 95. Luna tilted her head to look at Lewin and said softly. No, nothing. Lewin shook his head. Are you a first-year wizard this year? Hermione on the side asked curiously. Although she had a guess, she still wanted to ask. Well, I just entered school this year. Luna nodded, her expression dazed. With outsiders in the carriage, Hermione was embarrassed to lie down in Lewin's arms. What's more, she is still wearing two cat ears, and she doesn't want to pay attention to Lewin. Seeing the two little girls chatting gradually, Lewin leaned his head against the window and sighed helplessly. This train was not as quiet as the previous two. The two larks chatted and chatted from Hogwarts to naysayers. In short, the knowledge reserves of these two people were not bad, and they could catch up on everything. Bang bang. The door of the carriage was knocked again. This time the sound was a little abrupt, not like the knock on the door of the waiter. Come in. Hermione stood up and opened the compartment door. Excuse me, Hermione? Fredera opened the carriage and suddenly froze before he could finish speaking. Hey, hurry up. Brother George rushed over anxiously. What's the matter with you two? Lewin leaned against the window lazily and asked with some incomprehension. Is something missing? Hermione also asked curiously. The two brothers were so anxious that they had never seen them in school. Even when they were caught and punished by Filch, the two of them were smiling indifferently. It's Harry and Ronald. We searched all the cars and couldn't find them. You're the last car. Fred said impatiently. And behind the two of them was Ginny, who was a little overwhelmed. No, can these two take the train? Lewin doesn't understand. Even Hermione had encountered such a situation for the first time. After entering the pillar, we didn't see the two of them. Ginny said softly. Are you talking about Harry and Ronald, a little wizard with glasses and a red hair? Suddenly, Luna, who was sitting in the seat, asked softly. If that's right, they should be outside. Before a few people could answer, Luna pointed to the outside of the car window. Fred and George were stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked in the direction of their fingers. Luann and Hermione also turned their heads. On the azure skyline, the sea of clouds rolled up and down. Occasionally a few soaring birds can be seen. But what appeared in the eyes of several people at this time was not a bird, but a blue Ford Anglia car, which looked a little worn out. A car flying in the sky? Hermione opened her eyes wide and spat out a few words in disbelief. Even Luann was a little surprised. Flying cars don't matter. His current alchemy will allow him to transform cars into that. What matters is the driver sitting in the car. Boy with red hair. It's Dad's car. Fred gritted his teeth. Ronald actually drove the car over. And Harry's on top too, Ginny said, pointing to the passenger seat. How dare he? George also froze in place, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. I can already imagine Mrs. Weasley's expression. Luann looked at the twins with pity. Oh, Gryffindor may still be penalized. As soon as these words came out, Miss Hermione collapsed. Points will be deducted at the beginning of the semester. Who can bear this? Ronald and Harry outside seemed to have noticed the gaze, and the old blue car slowly approached. Luann, Hermione. Seeing his two good friends, Harry waved happily. At this time, Ronald also put his head close and saw his twin brother, who was gnashing his teeth at a glance, and he was a little flustered. At this time, there were already quite a few little wizards in the train who found this old Ford car soaring in the sky and cheered loudly. The car is going, Luna, who was observing more closely, said in an ethereal voice. She could see the car starting to drift upwards. Under the watchful eyes of several people, the old Ford rushed straight into the clouds and disappeared. These two idiots. Hermione murmured to herself with blank eyes. Originally, she wanted to compete for the Academy Cup this semester, but now she thinks it's out of the question. The Fred brothers also nodded in agreement. Let's go find a way to tell Professor McGonagall first, and we'll talk when we have time. After speaking, the two took Ginny and left the carriage directly. They're not going to be fired, are they? Hermione asked quietly, her brown eyes still watching the clouds. If these two continue to play like this, they will be fired sooner or later. Will not. Luann replied. Dumbledore wasn't going to fire Harry after all. Harry Potter, is that the boy who survived? Asked Luna, who was sitting opposite. It's him. Hermione replied with some headache. Wang Li Zhao, Luna nodded clearly. It really refreshed her perception of Harry. Okay. Fred has gone to report to Professor McGonagall. Don't worry about the next thing. Luann took out a bag of chocolates and put it on the table. Instead of thinking about this, it's better to have some snacks. He handed it to Hermione and Luna one by one. Thank you, 35. Luna thanked politely. Hermione, on the other hand, frowned her beautiful eyebrows and replaced Luann's chocolate with rice balls. You've eaten enough sugar today. I don't want to see your toothache. Miss Hermione nudged Luann's cheek with her fingers and pouted. Okay, I'll have dinner. Luann smiled and held Hermione's little hand. He doesn't ask for snacks. On the other hand, Luna, who saw the relationship between the two, had a thoughtful expression. The train crossed the vast plain and headed for the cliffs in the distance. Hermione and Luna were already familiar with each other, and they talked and laughed along the way. Instead, Luann lazily used the sunlight to read the magazine The Quibbler, which was a meeting gift from Luna to him. Hermione, on the other hand, received a carrot card, which Luna made herself. As the sun went down, the train arrived at the final station, Hogwarts School, before the moon appeared. As the train slowly stopped, the journey ended happily. Luann simply packed his things and got off the train with Hermione and Luna. This year's guide still has nothing to do, Hagrid. As a freshman in the first year, Luna needs to meet in front of Hagrid, while Luann and the others will enter the auditorium of Hogwarts in advance, waiting for the opening of the sorting ceremony. As second-year students, they need to take a carriage to the Great Hall of Hogwarts this time. In the eyes of ordinary little wizards, those carriages have only one carriage and no horses responsible for pulling the carriage, such as Miss Hermione. Are these Thestrals? Miss Hermione, who has read Fantastic Beasts, naturally understands it, and this is the first time she has seen such a creature. Before that, Hermione thought it was just a 660 rumor. Only those who have witnessed death can see Thestral's body, such as Luen now. He once killed a werewolf who wanted to attack him in Diagon Alley, which is considered death. The Thestral's image is very strange as a whole. It looks like a dark horse integrated into the dark night. There was no meat on its body, the black fur was tightly attached to the bones, and the bones were clearly visible. And the head is very similar to the fire dragon. The eyes have no pupils, only a white one, and there is a long black tail behind him. The bulge between the shoulder bones even gave birth to bat-like wings. The description in the book is very hideous, and I don't know if it's true. Hermione's little head was full of curiosity. Hearing this, Luen couldn't help touching her brown curly hair and chuckled. I know, you wouldn't want to see it. No one wants to see Thestrals because they crave the blood of wizards, and wherever they appear comes death. In the wizarding world, Thestrals are known as magical creatures that bring misfortune. Can you see them? Seeing Luen staring at the horseless carriage, Hermione waved her hand in front of him. Can see. Luen said it directly without hiding it. I've seen scenes of dead people before. Okay, let's go to the auditorium quickly. It's almost time to start. He pointed to the first-year students who had already boarded the boat in the distance, then took Hermione's hand and got into the carriage pulled by Thestrals. Without any warning, when Luen and Hermione sat in the carriage started to move automatically and stumbled along the way. There was also a faint smell of musty and straw in the carriage. Hermione pulled the curtains back to let in the air. With the stars shining, the carriage splashed the water on the ground. Every now and then a cool night wind blows on the path leading to Hogwarts. By the way, what about Harry and Ronald? Hermione, who was leaning against the window admiring the distant scenery, asked suddenly. It's nothing more than deducting some points, and Fred, didn't they tell Professor McGonagall the news? Luen leaned over gently, rested his head on Hermione's shoulder, and whispered. You're going to be deducted points at the beginning of school, so annoying. Points aren't easy, Hermione sighed. The violation of school rules this time was enough to turn Gryffindor into a negative number. Gryffindor's little lions broke the record once again, and the lower limit was getting lower and lower. Don't think about that, just deduct it, I'll let you in class. Luen chuckled. Miss Hermione, however, did not appreciate it. I do not want it. As the carriage slowly stopped in the Hogwarts Academy, Luen stepped out of the carriage first and extended his hand to Hermione in the carriage. Come down, dear Miss Granger. 35. Seeing Luen like this, Hermione couldn't help laughing, then reached out and took the hand that was handed over. Let's go, many people around are watching us. Feeling the eyes gradually gathering around her, Hermione lowered her head and whispered. I thought you would swear your sovereignty. Luen quipped. Hate. Hermione turned her head sideways, choosing to ignore him. It's just that the cat ears on her head betrayed her, and the trembling all the time represents the unrest in her heart. As for Miss Hermione herself, she may have been wearing this cat ear for nearly a day, so she selectively forgot. It didn't cover it with a hat. After arriving in the auditorium, Professor McGonagall stood at the entrance of the auditorium. Professor McGonagall, Fred didn't tell you about Harry. Luen greeted politely and then asked strangely. Even Hermione straightened the cat ears above her head, full of curiosity. I've informed Professor Snape that they're on the Beater Willow side. Professor McGonagall glanced at Hermione's cat ears, and a smile flashed in the originally warm and angry eyes. Excellent shapeshifting spell, Hermione. She praised in a hoarse voice. Shapeshifting spell? Hermione froze for a moment, then opened her eyes wide to remember something. She quickly touched the top of her head. The soft touch made her smile stiff. Sure enough, still. Blame it on Luen. Thinking of this, Hermione gritted her teeth and glanced at the culprit who had turned away. Watching the interaction between the two, Professor McGonagall turned sideways with a smile on his lips. Go in, or the new students will come in a while. As soon as Luen walked into the auditorium, he felt a small kick in his heel, which was kicked by an angry Hermione. Superficial. Luen walked to Griffin's table with a smile as if nothing happened. Even if today is the sorting ceremony, it can't stop him, the little snake, from coming to the little lion's dining table to eat. By the way, did you just hear that? Hermione whispered, sitting in her seat. Professor McGonagall said that Snape went to find Harry and the others. Luan nodded, and he heard it too. Now that Snape was gone, Harry would have to be skinned tonight if he didn't die. Unless he turns into Hallie tonight. The sorting ceremony at Hogwarts is about to begin. The aged and spirited Dumbledore sat in the main seat of the auditorium and looked at the spirited little wizards with a pair of eyes full of wisdom and a smile. His hands and fingers are facing each other, and the candlelight is reflected in the mirror of the half-moon. Luan was seated at the Gryffindor table, opposite Neville and Lee Jordan and the Weasley twins. As for Harry and Ronald, these two troublemakers had already asked Snape to find them, and they probably wouldn't have any good fruit to eat after finding them. Unless Harry becomes Harry. However, after Malfoy's last confession, Harry said that he would not take Nianquin again, for fear that Malfoy would see and entangle him. Am I so attractive? Sometimes Harry wondered about his own charisma. Malfoy, Ronald, and even Neville wanted to meet her. After Professor McGonagall finished teaching the new little wizard, the door of the auditorium quietly opened, and the lively atmosphere instantly became lively. Luan looked at the group of curious little witches with a smile on his lips, and at a glance saw the little witch Luna whom he met on the train today. Ginny. Hermione also saw the little red-haired witch from the Weasley family. It's just that Ginny's mood doesn't look very good. She was worried about Harry, and it's been that look all the time. George, seeing Hermione's doubts, explained. As for Ronald, she doesn't say a word. Fred smiled gleefully. The two of them had long since seen their sister and obviously had a lot of interest in Harry. Ronald will be sad to hear. Luan chuckled softly. Only Ronald got injured in the world. Just when a few people were teasing, the sorting ceremony began. Every year, the sorting hat has new songs with unpleasant tunes. Some people like it, and some people don't like it. Luan is the kind of person who doesn't appreciate it. Just like last year's division, every time a wizard puts on his hat, the house to which he is assigned will applaud him. Luan, sitting in Gryffindor, gave a symbolic clapping as a little wizard was sent to Slytherin. He was in Gryffindor, with Slytherin in his heart. Luna Lovegood. 35. Professor McGonagall's hoarse voice sounded, perhaps because of the amplifying spell, so her voice was loud in the auditorium. When the little witch she just met came to the stage, Hermione slowly approached Luan's side. I always thought Luna had a weird personality. She seems to have a lot of faith in magical creatures that don't exist, like harassing horseflies. I've never seen a record of that creature in a book. Hearing what the girl said, Luan pinched her chubby cheeks. You can't deny their existence just because you don't know them. Do you remember the name of our collaboration? Fairy tale. Before Hermione could answer, George answered first. It's just because you don't know they exist that it's worth being curious about. Hermione also understands the meaning of the name. After all, she is also a member of the team. Miss Hermione sighed helplessly. Her and Luna's ideas are completely two extremes. One only believes in books, and the other is completely fantasy. Maybe this is the incompatibility. As Luna walked up slowly, looking at the somewhat worn hat, he hesitated and put it on. Hey, I'm not shabby, you little witch. Don't try to sew me up again. The sorting hat shouted loudly. A little girl who loves fantasy, and your wit is amazing. I think you should go to Ravenclaw. With Luna walking towards the kiddies' table, it was Ginny Weasley's turn. I bet she's a Gryffindor. It's a family tradition, Fred said confidently. All of their brothers came to Gryffindor, and the odds were terrifying. Luan wouldn't bet against Fred, and he thought Ginny would come to Gryffindor's table. Ginny held the hat with anticipation and prepared to put her hands on her head, but before it touched her head, the sorting hat made a sharp sound. Gryffindor. Not surprisingly, George and Fred cheered. And Ginny looked very happy too. She hurried to Fred's side. Has Harry not returned yet? She asked suspiciously. Fred was a little speechless, but he replied helplessly, Snape hasn't brought him and Ronald back. Flowers 0. Ronald. Ginny's eyes widened. suddenly remembering that her brother had also disappeared. Ronald is so miserable. Lewin took a sip of the black tea with added honey and couldn't help thinking. The sorting ceremony will soon be over. At this moment, Snape, who was dressed in a black robe like a big bat, pushed the door and walked in. His face was flat, and he couldn't see any emotional changes at all. Behind him were two very embarrassed little wizards, a man and a woman. Well, the guy is Ronald and the girl is Hallie? Lewin rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not mistaken. Equally excited was the wide-eyed Malfoy, who stood up straight from the Slytherin table. Point 0. However, after being given a cold look by Snape, Malfoy sat down again consciously. However, he still waved to Harry, his expression full of surprises. Ronald and Harry. Professor McGonagall stepped forward. His eyes hesitated for a while. She had seen Harley like this before, and it seemed that something had happened while practicing the transformation spell with Ronald, and it changed back after a day. Why is it like this again today? Dumbledore, who was sitting in the middle, looked at those emerald green eyes that seemed familiar, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. It looks exactly like Lily. With that in mind, he also turned his head to look at Snape. Feeling the old bee's gaze, Snape couldn't help frowning. He hated that look. I know what happened to you two tonight. Professor McGonagall looked sternly at the two little wizards in front of him. You two must pay for your own business. 50 points from Gryffindor. Even though he is the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall is not soft at all. Miss Hermione was stunned when she heard this. Lost 50 points at the beginning of school? I don't think Harley should be penalized. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Snape rolled his green eyes with frustration and couldn't help speaking. Hearing Snape's words, the expressions of the people present changed instantly. Professor McGonagall looked at Severus in surprise. She had never seen this old bat intercede for other little wizards. This was the first time. Also, didn't she remember Snape's bad attitude towards Harry and Ronald? After all, more than half of Gryffindor's points were taken from Harry by Snape. With his head down, Ronald widened his eyes, pulled Harry happily, and gave him a wink. And Harry's expression was a little unbelievable. She really didn't expect Snape to speak for her. At that time, after the old fort hit the hitting willow, the two people even ran out of the willow's attack range. Immediately afterwards, he saw Snape rushing over. If the moon 660 was brighter tonight, Harry might not even be able to see him. Seeing Snape coming to arrest him, Harry remembered that he still had the potion that Lewin gave him in his pocket. Maybe after becoming Harry, Snape shouldn't deduct too many points from him. After all, in potions class, Harry will always be better than Harry's identity. Taking advantage of the bright moonlight, Snape, who came to arrest someone, came to the vicinity of the beating willow with a bad expression and saw Harry, who was supporting Ronald, at a glance. He was stunned. Snape's lips quivered, but he couldn't say a word of reproach. Why, so similar? As long as Harry looks like James, he won't be soft-hearted. But who invented the transfiguration spell? Snape couldn't help but curse. In this way, under Harry's trembling gaze, he silently brought the two back to the auditorium. As for the precious beating willow that was hit by a car by the old ford, the broken willow branches were scattered on the ground, and the willow branches were still flying in the night sky, looking very angry. Since it came to Hogwarts, when has it suffered such grievances? However, the two of them have broken the wizarding statute and the Hogwarts rules, and at least 7 muggles have seen the flying car. Although he didn't understand Snape's mood, McGonagall's attitude was still very firm. This was the worst ever at Hogwarts. They've been fired enough. Hearing this, Harley froze in place, her emerald green eyes filled with despair. It was the last punishment she wanted to hear. Dumbledore stood in the middle without speaking, his eyes watching the silent Snape with interest. This old bee is also a fun person. I'll deal with those muggles, that's all. Snape struggled a bit and said coldly. After he finished speaking, he turned and left the auditorium, returning to Slytherin's basement. McGonagall looked at the back of the leaving black robe with some complicated eyes. She didn't understand why Snape insisted. Since Severus has said so, no points will be deducted. Dumbledore smiled softly, and he turned to look at Harry and Ronald with their heads bowed. You two must not have another time. Even Dumbledore is. Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly. The dinner was over, and the new little wizards were all full. And the embarrassed Harry and Ronald were sitting at the table in Gryffindor eating the rest of the dinner. Luann and Fred did not choose to go back, but sat in the surrounding seats. Are you really Harry? 35. Ginny looked at the emerald like Harley in disbelief and asked in a low voice. It became like this because of the potion, but I am indeed Harry Potter. Harry explained tiredly. This was the third time Ginny had asked her. It's the first time I see Snape like that. Fred couldn't help laughing when he remembered the scene just now. I really don't know why he had that look after seeing Harry. George is also a little puzzled. Luann, who knew the truth, didn't laugh along with him. He took a sip of the black tea, and the smell of honey filled his mouth, causing him to half squint his eyes. The way Snape was, not because of Harry's mother. Poor sad couple. He couldn't help thinking. Suddenly, Luann was taken aback, and he took his hand out of his pocket. I don't know when a few photos appeared in my hands. There is no doubt that it was sent to him by the frog cub who had been away for almost 2 months. Since Hermione was still beside him, he turned to his side and glanced at it calmly. The first photo is of a dense forest, a group photo of his own frog cub and a small white snake. That's the friend it made in another world. And the second one made Luann stunned. It was a dark room full of various human organs and test tube instruments, and even a tall and thin man could be seen carrying out an operation with a scalpel. Interesting. What world did the frog cub go to this time? Luann looked at the last photo with patience. It was a row of coffins, and on the top of the coffin was the number 1, 2, 4, and in front of the coffin, a man with a feminine appearance and long eyeshadow was making a gesture. The man's skin was pale, his golden eyes were like snakes, and he had a cold smile on his face. Luann is impressed. Isn't that Orochimaru? His own frog cub has been to this world several times, and the last time he was a native of the Eternal Kaleidoscope was enough to surprise him. I don't know what to get back this time. But 0.1. Looking at the row of coffins, an idea suddenly popped into Luann's head. I glanced at the time marked on it, and compared to the last photo I sent, the time has shifted by half a month. Probably in a month. The travel time was really long this time. Having raised frog cubs for nearly 11 years, this is the first time Luann has encountered such a situation. Luann. A pleasant voice sounded. Luann turned his head subconsciously, and before he could react, Miss Hermione gently pinched his cheek. You drink honey again. Luann subconsciously glanced at his glass, not knowing when he had run to Hermione. You steal my black tea. The dinner came to an end. The prefects of each academy led the new little wizards to find their own lounges, while the wizards above the first year, most of them wandered in Hogwarts. For example, a young couple who has not met during a holiday will choose to go to the Black Lake or on the Green Lawn and walk under the stars together. After Harley and Ronald finished eating, they were ready to go back to the dormitory for a good rest. After all, what happened today was completely beyond what their little hearts could bear, and the two of them were exhausted both physically and mentally. Luann said goodbye to the little lions such as Hermione at the stairs, and then walked into Slytherin's lounge. Although he preferred staying with Hermione in the room of requirement rather than the lounge, the house elves had taken their luggage to the dorm. They have to go back and sort out. The next morning. Cloudy blue sky. One by one owls soared in midair and flew towards the auditorium. When Luann came to the auditorium, Hermione and Harry had already arrived. He sat beside the girl who was studying with the book list and leaned over to take a look. Are you studying electives? 13 after Easter in the 2nd grade, some preparations will be made in advance for the 3rd grade, such as choosing elective courses. But is Hermione in such a hurry? You must know that Easter is still early, and the elective time is almost at the end of the semester. There is an ancient rune in the elective course. I think you are more suitable for this course. Miss Hermione pointed to the elective list and turned to Luann. If I take this course, the two of us won't be able to take it together. Luann shook his head and refused with a chuckle. He knew that Hermione wasn't very good at these alchemy lessons. I can study hard, Hermione whispered. She didn't want to drag Luan back, and Luan taught her a lot during the holidays, and Hermione knew the basics of alchemy. At least, a lot better than those little wizards who haven't learned it. Have you two considered these things now? Ronald, who was sitting opposite, took a bite of pumpkin pie and asked in surprise. Ginny sat beside him, occasionally glancing at Harry, who had changed back. Here comes the owl. At this point, Harry shouted. As the windows of the auditorium opened, colorful owls poured in, sprinkled with colorful feathers. Luan used his wand to cast a defensive spell on the butter buns he was about to get from the feathers, along with himself and Miss Hermione. When the owls have found their owners, they throw away the letters or daily newspapers to be sent. Who? Poor letter. 35. Ronald looked at the red envelope in his hand and his face became frightened. Knowing the letter, Ginny ran away quickly, leaving Harry with a blank face. Roar letter? What is that? Before he could react, he saw the letter split open, revealing sharp paper teeth. Whisper. 99. Seeing that the roaring letter was about to start roaring, Luan hurriedly cast a spell. Ronald Weasley. How dare you steal that car? You know your father made a special trip for this. Mrs. Weasley's voice came out of the letter. It should have been a loud roar, but under the effect of the spell, it returned to a normal tone, but the angry tone did not diminish in the slightest. Oh yes, baby Ginny, congratulations on your entry into Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud of you. After Mrs. Weasley said the last words in a soft tone, the red roaring letter tore itself to shreds. Thank you. Ronald widened his eyes and breathed frantically, and at that moment he felt like he was about to suffocate. The voice of the roaring letter can be heard by everyone in the auditorium, and at that time he will die directly and socially. Fortunately, Luan cast a spell, which prevented it from roaring. Thinking of this, Ronald glanced at Luan gratefully. It's nothing, I don't want my ears to be tortured. Luan shook his head. He's sitting across from Ronald, and he and Hermione aren't much better off if he yells. After the owl was sent away, it was almost 9 o'clock. In the morning, he had a class on spells taught by Flitwick. Hermione, on the other hand, was a herbal class, and neither of them had classes in the afternoon. At the changing staircase, Luan and Hermione parted. This semester, Professor Flitwick will teach some intermediate magic spells, such as armor protection, silence, and so on. However, Luan had already learned all these spells. He rested his chin in one hand and listened to Professor Flitwick's explanation nonchalantly. After a class, without Luan's quick answer, Ravenclaw got a lot of points, which made the Hawks look happy. After putting the book in the different space, Luan went to find Hermione on the green lawn. They usually take classes in the plant shed outside. 660. When Luan arrived, Hermione and the others just finished class. Here. The green-toned wizard's robe is very eye-catching, coupled with his handsome face and dazzling blonde hair, which led to many little witches watching. Hermione trotted over with a smile and slammed her head into Luan's arms. The time for a class is gone, and I have already started to miss it. I still prefer your arrogant look. 95. Luan quipped Miss Hermione's chin up. Arrogant. Miss Hermione thought for a while, then raised her head and glanced at Luan like a little swan. Is that so? Asked the little witch. Right? Luan couldn't help laughing. Miss Hermione looks so cute in this way. What a bad interest. Hermione lightly bumped Luan's chin with her head and said speechlessly, I know how to appreciate it. Luan retorted, then grabbed her little hand and clasped it. Let's go on a date. 99. Since there was no class this afternoon, the two walked slowly by the sparkling Black Lake as usual. The breeze was blowing, and the grass was blown into waves. Lockhart was famous, at least the little wizards at Hogwarts knew him. Those thrilling adventures were turned into biographies, and his books were basically a household name in the wizarding world. Even Mrs. Weasley was obsessed. I also heard that Lockhart was going to write about my father's fight with Lucius in the paper and laughed so much. Ronald angrily poked the omelette on the plate with a silver fork, and with his force, the omelette broke into pieces. Harry sat aside and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. After all, he was dragged by Lockhart to forcibly take a photo at that time, and naturally, he didn't like Lockhart. He did put it in the daily papers, Hermione said and handed Luann the daily newspaper in her hand. The Ministry of Magic's Arthur Weasley had a live duel with Lucius Malfoy for Lockhart's autograph. Luann read it out softly. This report is still in the middle of the daily newspaper. Very conspicuous. How is it possible? Ronald's eyes widened, his face flushed a little, and he quickly took the daily newspaper that Luann handed him. After seeing the conspicuous report, he weakly covered his face. Unexpectedly, Lockhart really remembered it all. We have classes taught by Lockhart in the afternoon, Harry reminded beside him. Since the previous dark magic defense Professor Quirrell was decapitated by Luann, Lockhart took his place. However, he remembered that the courses of the dark magic defense class seemed to be cursed by Senior Tom, and the professors who served would suffer more or less accidents. Lockhart should not escape this curse. Luann looked thoughtful. Dark magic defense class. Good afternoon, little wizards. 39. Wearing a gorgeous robe, Lockhart showed a standard smile, and he waved to the little wizards who came around. Luann clearly saw several little witches covering their faces and screaming in small voices, and the corner of his mouth twitched when he saw the scene. Shouldn't it be so? He admitted that Lockhart is still very handsome, and with his many books, if Luann didn't have a memory about him, it is estimated that he would become a fan of Lockhart. No way, those thrilling adventures are just too much fun. But that's just what Lockhart stole from someone else's brain. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shaking his head. Gilderoy Lockhart, yes, the recipient of the Merlin Medal, will be the professor of your dark magic defense class this semester. Lockhart raised his head with a confident smile, his wand flipping a wreath in his hand. This made many wizards around exclaimed. Miss Hermione half squinted her eyes, and she thought Lockhart wasn't as good-looking as Luann. And after listening to Luann's speculation about Lockhart, she didn't have any good feelings for him in her heart. Especially after seeing the reports in the daily newspapers. This guy is simply a hot-button player. I believe you a little now, he's probably a thief. 99. Hermione tilted her head towards Luann and said, What thief? Ronald, who was standing behind the two, came over and asked curiously. Nothing. Hermione glanced at Ronald with some disgust, then dragged Luann and walked forward. Hey, you two are as nasty as Lockhart. Ronald shouted with wide eyes. Look at them, Harry. 55. He turned his head and complained to the helpless Harry. 66.99. What could Harry say? He could only sigh. I think you guys bought my book, so let's take a little quiz in our first class. 35. The class started, and Lockhart picked up a stack of papers and used the floating charm to dispense them all precisely in front of everyone. This skillful floating spell once again attracted the attention of some young wizards. I'll pick it up in half an hour. What the hell is this problem? Hermione exclaimed. She swears that since she came to Hogwarts, this is the first time she has seen such an outrageous subject. 1. What is Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Lockhart's greatest wish? 3. What is Lockhart's greatest achievement? 64. When is Lockhart's birthday and what is his favorite gift? There are 3 whole sheets of paper for this question. After Luann glanced at it, he threw the quill aside. Not worth it. Harry, you made too many mistakes. Lockhart was walking around the classroom, looking at the impatient Harry and reminding him kindly. When he came to Luann's side, he was suddenly stunned. Your name is Gerald, right? I heard other professors mention you, a gifted little wizard. Lockhart said slowly with a smile, but isn't that why you chose to give a blink? Professor, I don't think the dark magic defense class is for boring time. 99. Luann watched Lockhart with pale blue eyes. Especially such a childish question. 35. Childish question? Lockhart laughed angrily. It was the first time he had met a wizard who would talk to him like that. Yes, these questions have nothing to do with dealing with magical creatures at all. Hermione raised her head and half squinted her brown eyes and said in agreement. Seeing that there was an accident here, Some little wizards who couldn't answer questions immediately put down their quills and turned their heads, wongs, to watch the fun. Really, if that's the case, then let you see and see. Feeling the eyes around him gather on him, Lockhart put away his disgusting smile and walked quickly to the platform. Don't you want to learn about magical creatures? I just caught some recently. These little guys are vicious, smart, and scary. 99. He bent down under the desk and lifted out a large cage covered with cloth. But rest assured, with me here, you will not receive any harm. As he said that, he gave Luan a provocative look at Luan, who was holding his chin. As Lockhart lifted the red cloth, the vicious creatures imprisoned inside also revealed their original appearance. Blue skin, long ears, and about 8 feet tall. Puff. Hermione couldn't help laughing. Isn't this just an ordinary Cornish elf? Shin. Not only Miss Hermione, but Ronald and the little wizards of the pure blood family couldn't help laughing. Isn't this the Cornish elf? This is the most common magical creature, and it will only do some mischief. Even Luan had no idea that Lockhart would use this creature as a practice object. And it was so serious. Your mission is to bring them all back. Seeing a lot of wizards laughing out loud, Lockhart opened the huge cage with an ugly face. As the cage was opened, a swarm of Cornish elves rushed out like bees in a frenzy. They let out a shrill laugh, and in the blink of an eye the entire classroom was occupied. On the ceiling, on the chandelier, on the little wizard's wand. Pass out. Luan chanted a spell at a blue-skinned elf. The Cornish elf was about to catch Hermione's curly brown hair when a sudden light hit it. Just like a fly that lost its wings, it fell straight to the ground. Hermione quickly covered her low ponytail and hid behind Luan. There are too many of these Cornish elves, almost a dozen of them. If there are only 1 or 2, it is still easy to solve, but if there are too many, it is difficult to deal with. You can try it with a fixed body spell. Luan muttered to himself, but he didn't do it, and turned to look at Lockhart standing on the stairs. Lockhart watched with a smile on the corners of his mouth as he looked at the little wizards who were messing around under the harassment of the Cornish elf. Let you question me. Isn't it up to me, Lockhart, to come forward to solve it? Okay, then I'll show you a demonstration. Lockhart cleared his throat with a smile, then picked up his little wand. All. Before he could utter the full spell, however, a Cornish elf snatched Lockhart's wand. Hey! Lockhart, who lost his wand, looked at the elves flying all over the room, and the smile on his lips froze. Your mission in this class is to catch all these little elves, that's all, I'm still in a hurry. 35. After speaking, Lockhart turned around with a smile on his lips and closed the door tightly. TSK. Luan couldn't stand it any longer. He took out his wand and pointed it at the flying fairies. It's all petrified. A petrification spell went down, and the flying elves all fell to the ground. Without the elves pulling, Ronald fell from the air, and his butt came into direct contact with the ground. As time passed, the little wizards threw all the elves into the iron cage before the get-out-of-class ended. And Luan picked up Lockhart's wand, and after thinking about it, he put it in the other space. In case it comes later. The first lesson of dark magic defense ended with this farce. Hey, I learned this lesson to never let those pesky pixies out of their cages. With Harry's help, Ronald rubbed his numb *** and complained loudly. Professor Lockhart is nothing short of fancy. It's not up to Luan. 99. Harry nodded in agreement. His glasses were also snatched away by the little elves, and he was even trampled to pieces in a panic, thanks to Hermione's recovery. Looks like Lockhart is exactly what you said. Holding a thick textbook, Hermione said to Luan. I wonder if Headmaster Dumbledore knows? Sooner or later you will know. Luan said softly, dab. He now even wondered if Dumbledore had known about Lockhart's behavior long ago, and had recruited him as a professor of defense in dark magic. If you don't have the ability, you will most likely die under the curse of Voldemort. Like Professor Quirrell. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. Come on, open your mouth. Luan picked up a cyan grape and held it to Hermione's mouth. At this time, Miss Hermione was drinking black tea with a straw in her mouth. After seeing the grape, she ate it skillfully. However, as soon as she took a light bite, Miss Granger frowned, her brown eyes half squinting at the boy who was feeding her. The corner of Lewin's mouth had a triumphant smile. There is no doubt that the sour grape was deliberately fed by him. Damn it. Hermione kicked Lewin's leg lightly with her little foot. Here again, here again. The two Harry on the opposite side thought sourly. Every time it comes to dinner, the couple across from them are like this. Ahem, maybe we're not here at the right time? Standing behind Lewin, Fred coughed twice. It's really not the time. Lewin turned to Fred and quipped. Behind him, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan came. What are you doing? Miss Hermione questioned. We've sold our first set of cards, George said with a smile. The first set of cards? You sold it to Dumbledore? Lewin was stunned, then remembered the agreement between the two brothers and the old V. Because it's okay, and Headmaster Dumbledore paid 80 galleons. Speaking of which, Fred put a small bag on the table and said triumphantly. And the expression on Principal Dumbledore's face seems very satisfied. Ronald's eyes were straight. It was the first time he had seen so much money when he grew up. Are there any of our investors here? Ronald asked quickly. After all, when Harry joined the team, he also helped him pay by the way. Of course there is, but I can't give it to you now. Fred shrugged. This is the first transaction, and the production of cards will also require funds, so the 80 gold galleons cannot be divided. Okay, when will the second set be made? 35. Lewin asked curiously. If Dumbledore is satisfied, the quality is passable. The second set will be processed the day after tomorrow, and the two of us have to work overtime tonight. 35. Inside the house upon request. After a day's rest in the dormitory, Lewin came here with a lot of notes to prepare some magic props. God is invisible. A melodious drink rang out in the warm room of responsiveness. Miss Hermione was holding the Half-Blood Prince's notes in one hand and her wand in the other, aiming at the bookcase in front of her. A green light flashed by, but there was no sign of the wardrobe injury anything. Shinfeng Wuying is a high-level attack spell, and it's not bad compared to the Slaughter Curse. How can it be so easy to learn now? Seeing the little witch's frustrated face, Lewin turned his head to the side and comforted softly. You must know that it took him 2 or 3 days to learn Shinfeng Wuying before he was able to master it. Moreover, the anti-curse of Shinfeng Wuying was not recorded in the notebook. That is to say, once the enemy is attacked, the only thing waiting for the opponent is to bleed to death. As for the anti-curse, I am afraid only Snape, who invented it, knows. Whoever invented the spell is a spell genius. Although she couldn't master it, Hermione couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Inventing a spell is much harder than learning one. After all, invention is a process from scratch. If there is no powerful talent, this kind of magic spell cannot be invented. The Half-Blood Prince's potions and spells are really strong. 35. Lewin nodded undeniably. How's your spell ring? Hermione turned the ring on her hand, which represented romance, love, and togetherness, and looked at Lewin with a pair of bright brown eyes. After class, Lewin brought Hermione to the room of requirement and carved the silver rings with heart. 3 hours have passed by now. A ring with the end of all spells has been carved. Lewin threw the rune-encrusted ring to Miss Hermione, then turned around and continued to carve the next one. Can this ring last forever? 39. Hermione took the ring and asked curiously. Although she had an iron spell ring on her finger, Hermione never used it. If there is a cooling time, you have to wait a few hours after using it 2 or 3 times. Lewin explained. The same goes for your iron armor spell. Miss Hermione nodded knowingly. She picked up the notes in her hand and lay on the soft bed, next to the window with the moonlight. In the room, there was only the sound of wand waving and ring carving. Miss Hermione waved her wand a few more times, but in the end she didn't stretch out Shinfeng Wuying, and simply gave up and lay on her back on the bed. A pair of bright eyes looked at the night sky outside the window. The sea of clouds blocked the moonlight, so only a round black shadow could be seen. After covering her mouth and yawning, she turned over to look at Lewin, who was engrossed. Seriously, so pretty. After Lewin finished portraying a spell of Vulcan to open the way, He looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. The time has come to 1:30 in the morning. Do one thing seriously, time always passes quickly. Dear Miss Granger, it's time for bed. Lu-en shouted softly, but did not get a reply from the girl. Fell asleep? When Lu-en turned around suspiciously, only to find that Hermione was lying on the bed facing him asleep. The moonlight that was blocked outside the window slowly fell on the girl, and there was a slight smile on the corner of her mouth, as if she was having a sweet dream. Lu-en carefully walked over to help her cover the quilt, and then extinguished the candle in the room. Good night. There is only moonlight and a slow-burning fire in the room. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. Morning, Harry. Morning, Lu-en, Hermione. Harry said hello, then looked at Hermione with some confusion. He remembered not seeing Hermione in the Gryffindor's lounge since last night. What's wrong? Noticing Harry's gaze, Hermione asked suspiciously. Harry couldn't hide the look of hesitating to speak. No, nothing. After thinking about it, Harry still didn't ask. After all, this is already a private matter of the other party, so it seems impolite to ask. Come on, Scabbers, have a pumpkin pie. 35. Ronald hugged his little mouse, stretched out a small piece of pumpkin pie and handed it to it. For flowers. Lu-en was a little disgusted by the scene. He had seen the body of this rat, an ugly and greasy little dwarf. I really don't know how Ronald will feel when he finds out. Looking at the fragrant little mouse eating pumpkin pie, Lu-en thought for a while and took out a bag of multi-flavored beans. Come and try this. This bag of multi-flavored beans was picked out by a strong sense of smell, and it has all the tastes of bitter gourd and earth. He didn't really like it, but Miss Hermione fed him it every day. Multi-flavored beans? Ronald also knew this bean, and he waved his hand. Ban can't eat this, it's too expensive. 35. However, the mouse in his hand lit up, put down the half-eaten pumpkin pie in his hand, and hurried to Lu-en, eagerly waiting for the multi-flavored beans. Peter Pettigrew hasn't eaten any kind of snack since he turned into a rat. Give. Lu-en first handed Ban a Momotaro rice ball, and after seeing it eat, he said with a chuckle, You're going to finish this bag of all-flavored beans here? How can Ban understand? Ronald said speechlessly. Lu-en didn't answer. Instead, he put the bag of multi-flavored beans full of weird flavors in front of Ban. Ban stretched out her small paws and took out a green multi-flavored bean from it and ate it as soon as her eyes lit up. Garlic. Lu-en twitched the tip of his nose, smelling the nasty smell. Peter Pettigrew also hated the smell of garlic and just wanted to spit it out but ate it involuntarily. This is the power of Momotaro rice balls. Oh my god, there are canned herring flavors? 35. Lu-en pinched his nose, as if smelling too well was not a good experience. With that in mind, he quickly buried his head in Miss Hermione's curly hair. The familiar scent of jasmine. Ban swallowed the multi-flavored bean with dull eyes, and his trembling paws continued to pull out a multi-flavored bean. How can I not control myself? Peter Pettigrew panicked. Under Ronald's worried gaze, Ban was already foaming at the mouth, but its little paws kept picking up the multi-flavored beans and putting them in their mouths. You multi-flavored beans are pirated, right? Ronald couldn't help asking. He hurriedly picked up the rat who had lost consciousness and shook it. Still alive. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had raised this rat for many years and had already developed feelings for it. Lu-en didn't answer, just shrugged. He felt uncomfortable seeing this mouse now, and he always remembered the scene in the bathroom that day. Is Lu-en Gerald here? At this time, a somewhat cold female voice came from behind. Miss Hermione turned her head to look immediately. Standing behind him was a little witch wearing a green wizard 663 robe, but her appearance was ordinary and even ugly. Seeing the face on the other side, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Well, she doesn't look as good as her. I'm Gerald, what's wrong? Lu-en turned around and asked. He knew this little witch of Slytherin who seemed to be Pansy Parkinson, a sophomore. And he's been circling around Malfoy lately, like his sidekick. Professor Snape asked me to give you this letter. Pansy frowned and glanced at Lu-en, who was among the little lions, then took out a letter from his pocket and threw it on the table. After speaking, she turned her head and left. This man really looks like a Slytherin. Harry looked at Pansy, who was leaving, and couldn't help but say, as annoying as Malfoy. The attitude of the other party was obviously hostile, and even Miss Hermione frowned. Pansy Parkinson, a pureblood witch, there's no need to ignore her. Luen said softly, and he picked up the letter from Snape. It's just a stupid witch, and he doesn't even care about it. What bothered him more was the letter Snape sent him. Is there something wrong with Snape? Luen opened the letter suspiciously, and Hermione didn't peek, though curious. As the letter opened, the contents inside were very simple. I have to go out for something important. This afternoon's potions class will be replaced by Luen. Luen's potion technique Snape had already seen, and instead of the previous class, it was enough to teach those little wizards who were novices. As for why other professors were not replaced, it was related to Professor Snape's interpersonal relationship. Luen is also puzzled. But the letter had already been delivered to him, and the afternoon potions class was destined for Luen to take his place. Below this letter is what needs to be learned in the next lesson, the brewing of life and death water. Luen is relatively familiar with the production process of this powerful sleeping pill. When he opened his shop during the holidays, many wizards of Nocturne Alley came to him to customize it. As for what it is used for, Luen can't control it. In lieu of class, Luen folded the letter and threw it into the Kamui space. Is something wrong with Snape? Harry had some doubts, and his tone was complicated. After all, he had been saved by Snape since the last time he hit the punching willow. He hasn't seen Professor Snape since. And this potions class was the first time this semester. Would you like to drink some of the potion that Luen gave him? It's just that the time he has maintained now is no longer 12 hours. For example, in the last attack on Rinlu, he lasted for a full 14 hours. Harry always felt that if he used too much, he might not be able to change back. Combined with Malfoy's harassment and Ronald's increasingly strange gaze, it made him tangled. It's just a small thing. Luen shrugged. It was a bit cold in the afternoon, and now Hogwarts is still in the winter season. Inside the potions class, Harry didn't use the potion in the end. He was more afraid of his brother Ronald's eyes than he was deducted from Snape. That look is very familiar. It was the look he once looked at Qiuzhang, and now Qiuzhang and Cedric have officially started dating. After hearing the news from Fred, Harry hadn't eaten for almost a day. It hurts too much. He can't wait to have a duel with Cedric now. But after thinking about Cedric's strength, he sighed helplessly. Can't beat it. If you have time, go to Luen and learn some attacking spells. Harry thought decadently. As time passed, all the little snakes and little lions came. It's just that the class bell rang, but the familiar Snape, who looked like a big bat, didn't show up. The wizards hid behind their cauldrons and whispered, and even Hermione stared strangely out into the hallway. You know, Snape hasn't been late for a single time since class started. This time it was so strange. What happened to Professor Snape? Why hasn't he come yet? Hermione turned to Luen and complained. In this class, I previewed the water of life and death in advance. Snape won't be coming, but someone else will be taking his place. Luen chuckled softly. Who, Madame Pomfrey? Granger's little sister 0.1 frowned and guessed. In Hogwarts, the only people who were proficient in potions were the school doctor Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape. No. Luen stood up and adjusted his black tone tie, one of Hermione's gifts. Then, under the girl's wide eyes, she walked to the podium step by step. The lecture of this class today will be conducted by me. Standing under the translucent patterned glass, a faint light shone lightly on Luen's dazzling blonde hair, and he said this sentence with a gentle smile. Miss Hermione stayed where she was. It turned out that Snape's letter meant this, and actually asked Luen to serve as a substitute professor. Cough. All right, now take out your quills and notes. Luen picked up his wand and cast a levitating spell, and the note next to Hermione flew past. Professor Snape has something to do today, so I'll take his place in class. 35. The words fell, and Harry instantly regained his spirits. He quickly looked up at Luen, who was smiling. His handsome face was so dazzling. It's great that Snape didn't show up for this class, Harry thought happily. Malfoy and Crabbe, who were sitting in the corner, were also stunned, obviously not expecting Luen to go up to teach. But Malfoy shook his head. His thoughts were not here. Now Malfoy wondered where Harry, who had come with Ronald at the start of school, hadn't seen him since that night. Just like last semester. The redhead at Weasley must have known, but Malfoy couldn't bear to ask. Especially during the holidays, his father also had a fight with Arthur, which also made the headlines on the 13th newspaper and provided Lockhart with heat. Or, go ask Luen? Malfoy thought hesitantly. After all, his little girlfriend is Gryffindor's. Draco, what are you thinking? The enthusiastic voice made Malfoy shudder, and Pansy had come over at some point. Get away from me. He quickly picked up his cauldron and swapped places with Crabbe. After seeing Harry's face, Malfoy couldn't appreciate Pansy's face at all. What we need to brew today is a hypnotic called Life and Death Water. According to Snape's request, Luen explained the techniques and fire of life and death water to the little wizards. The boiling of life and death water is not difficult. There are not many materials needed, only 2 kinds of sunflower root powder and absinthe infusion. Miss Hermione used to help Luen brew the water of life and death in the potions shop, so she is not too unfamiliar. At least some basic questions can't trouble her. After talking about the production process, Luen put down his wand and said indifferently, "You can now brew the water of life and death." Since he is the substitute for this class, he does not need to join in to make the water of life and death. The boiling time of life and death water is enough for 1 class. Just like the previous bonus mode of Professor Snape, the fastest and most perfect life and death water refining will get 10 points. Luen brought a reclining chair and placed it in front of Hermione, then lay down comfortably and watched her operate. "You're making me unable to concentrate." Hermione squeezed her pink fist and said angrily to Luen. That handsome face stared straight at her lazily, making Hermione's little heart thump, and the wormwood in her hand couldn't soak the liquid. "Luen is getting more and more disruptive. Go see Harry and the others," Miss Granger said in a low voice, for fear of attracting attention. Although the relationship between the 2 of them is almost known to everyone, she is still a little shy. Okay, I'll go see the other little wizards." Looking at Hermione's half-squinted eyes, Luen wandered around the classroom with interest. When it comes to potions, Slytherin's little snake has a better handle than the little lion, at least according to Luen. Although Snape had no morality towards Harry and the others, he still had the ability. At least there was no situation where the frying pan appeared again. A class is short, especially in the most time-wasting potions class. As the get-out-of-class drew to a close, the first to finish was undoubtedly the wise Miss Hermione. Gryffindor plus 10 points. 35. Under the expectant gaze of the girl, Luen raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Even if he is an acting professor, he can exercise the right to add points and deduct points. There are also many wizards who have cooked them one after another, but in terms of quality and taste, they can only be regarded as inferior." The potion in Ronald's cauldron had turned into a bubbling dark green viscous liquid that looked like a quagmire full of methane. And also exudes an unpleasant smell. "What did you put in it?" Luen pinched his nose and asked in a sullen voice. "Just added some wormwood, and dried snakeskin." "You're a genius." Luen shook his head helplessly, and Ronald just saw that he didn't listen carefully. The get-out-of-class bell rang. The little wizards scattered in a hurry, all rushing to play or eat. After Luen sorted out the things on the podium, he walked out of the door of the potions class. Hermione was waiting for him at the door. "You speak louder than Snape, Luen." Harry, who successfully boiled life and death water in this class, praised it. This is one of the few potions he has refined in potions class. "I'm no match for Professor Snape." 35. Luen responded with a chuckle. "Come on, let's play Quidditch on the green lawn," Harry suggested. "Wouldn't Fred, they're both here." 35. 663. Hearing this proposal, Ronald was a little moved. After all, he didn't join the Quidditch team when he was in 1st grade. Although it is said that first-year students are not allowed to join, people like Harry, Lou-en, and even Malfoy have joined. Ronald thinks he's no worse than them. Quidditch? Forget it, I still have things to do this afternoon. Lou-en is also going to engrave a few more enchantment rings, and then prepare to give them to the twins for sale, which can be regarded as an expansion of the business. After all, a well-known store can't have just one card game, can it? Don't look at me, I follow Lou-en. Seeing Harry's gaze, Miss Hermione hugged Lou-en's arm without hesitation and refused. Where is Lou-en fun in Quidditch? What's more, she wasn't quite as fanatical about Quidditch as Professor McGonagall was. Then let's go. Seeing that the young couple refused, Harry shrugged and took Ronald away. They will continue to play Quidditch this term. But Lou-en is different. He had already retired on the spot last semester. Even now he has a horse charm that cures vertigo. It can only be said that he has no feeling for Quidditch. Come on, let's get some food from the house elves, and then we'll go to the room of requirement. 35. Hogwarts at night. Filch carried the oil lamp and the well-behaved Mrs. Norris, patrolling the dark stairs, looking for some disobedient little wizards. Inside the on-demand room on the 8th floor, Lewin took a bite of the pumpkin pie made by the elves, and the wand in his hand kept carving rings. So far, he has made a total of 13 spell rings, such as iron armor spells, fainting, and weapons, etc. are all very practical. Dear Miss Beaver, please give me the ring on your hand. Lou-en stretched and turned his face to Hermione, who was reading. You are the beaver. Hermione bit her little tiger's teeth and glared at Lou-en fiercely. But she was angry, but Miss Beaver walked behind Lou-en very sensible. What are you going to do? After Hermione took off the ring, she asked Lou-en suspiciously. Add some enchantment to your ring so you can cast spells without a wand. After Lou-en took the ring, he was ready to carve some runes inside it. The romantic runes on the outside cannot be mixed with other meanings, so they can only be engraved on the inside. After completing the other 12 spells, sculpting again was easy for Lou-en. It is equivalent to having a template, just copy it over. Attaching a spell to a ring is a waste of time, not to mention there are as many as a dozen. After a while, Hermione, who was watching intently, nodded her head and shook her head, as if she was about to fall on the table in the next moment. Lou-en put down the ring in his hand and picked her up under Hermione's exclamation. Go to sleep first, and I'll do the rest. No, I'm with you. The refreshed Hermione and Lou-en looked at each other. In the end, Miss Beaver gave in. Good night. Lou-en chuckled and put Hermione on the bed. However, when he was about to let go, Hermione pressed his hand slightly. Under his astonished gaze, the girl passed by with a single touch. Good night. With a sweet smile on her lovely face, she let go of Lou-en. You're always going to be hooked. Lou-en glanced at Hermione helplessly. Can you? Lou-en's words were not finished. Under those pale blue eyes, Hermione shook her head quickly. Cannot. After speaking, Hermione was about to turn over so that she would not look at the handsome face. But Lou-en won't let her get away with it this time. He reached out and pressed her shoulders. Listen to me this time. The light of the moon shone through the window. Hermione tucked her little head into the quilt without making a sound. Lou-en returned to the sofa by the fire with satisfied eyes and picked up his wand to continue tonight's task. You'll be suffocated like this. Pay attention to ventilation. He turned his head and reminded kindly. Let me suffocate. A muffled voice came from under the quilt. Lou-en shrugged helplessly. When she usually takes the initiative, she has never seen Miss Granger so shy. However, what he didn't see was that the quilt was quietly open to a corner. Hermione squinted and bit her lower lip, her brown eyes staring at the full moon in the night sky. It's such a beautiful life. 2 a.m. With the help of the light of the fire, Lou-en finally finished the last floating charm. He put on the ring and experimented with the spell, and finally nodded in satisfaction. With the current technology, he believes that it can definitely cause an uproar in the wizarding world. These rings can be regarded as a reformation of magic props. Putting the delicate ring next to Hermione's bed, Lou-en bent over and touched her soft cheek with his hand. Time to sleep. He stood up in a trance and couldn't help stretching. Even after having the physique of a dragon, he couldn't hold on to staying up like this. As the wand was swung, the flames in the fire seemed to grow a little more. Fuchsia. Luen stretched out his ring-wearing hand and aimed at Scabbers sleeping in Ronald's arms. Then, under the surprised eyes of Fred and the others, Ban stood upside down in the air. "My Scabbers," Ronald wailed, reaching for his rat. "You really don't have a secret wand?" George didn't have time to deal with the sad Ronald, but turned his head to look at Luen, with a tone of disbelief in his tone. "You can also try." Luen didn't care and handed the ring directly to George. "Give me one too." Fred looked at another delicate ring on Luen's hand and said with bright eyes, "I can't give you this one. Try this and pass out." Luen turned and pulled another ring from his pocket and handed it to Fred. "Passed out." Fred pointed the ring at Scabbers, who had just woken up. Immediately afterwards, he heard a miserable cry from Ban, lying directly on the ground. "Fred." Ronald glared at his brother and protested in a dissatisfied tone. Ban is my pet, you can't treat him like that." But before Ronald could finish his words, he saw Scabbers on the ground being hung upside down by George and hung upside down in the air again. He was desperate. "What the hell did my Scabbard do wrong?" "Actually, you don't need to chant the spell." Looking at the excited Fred brothers, Luen reminded. Even Harry was eager to try this kind of prop. "Hey, good morning, my students." There was a familiar laugh, and Lockhart walked over with a smile. "Professor Lockhart, they bully my pets." Ronald hurriedly made a small report. Wang Wanghao, Fred, and George both covered their faces when watching the scene. It was too embarrassing. All right, put that stinky mouse aside for now." Lockhart bypassed Ronald and walked directly in front of Luen. He pretended to think for a while. "Well, I know you, that very talented kid." "Wizard Gerald." 99. "It's my professor." Luen nodded, wanting to see what Lockhart had for him. "I just saw those rings that cast spells." As he spoke, he leaned into Luen's ear and asked in a low voice, "Are you going to sell these rings?" "Of course, these are the finished products." 35. Luen understood what Lockhart meant. "You give me a set. Kim Galleon is not a problem." Lockhart smiled and patted Luen on the shoulder. "By the way, can you choose your own spell abilities? Can you choose the ability of the spell by yourself?" Lockhart asked expectantly. He knows his own abilities, and aside from a forgotten one, Lockhart hardly has a spell that he can take out. Today, these rings of Luen made his eyes shine. Doesn't this just make up for his shortcomings? You know, as a professor, the use of magic spells is not bad. Lockhart patted Luen on the shoulder and smiled. "I just wanted to study these convenient rings." 99. "Maybe my next book will write about who made these rings." He softly seduced. There's no one who doesn't yearn for fame and glory, not to mention Luen, who is still a little wizard. At least that's what Lockhart thought. Hearing these words, Luen looked at Lockhart speechlessly. He only heard one meaning. "It's not that I don't know spells, I just want to study your ring." As for the promise of honor, he listened to it as nonsense. "Sorry, Professor, we only have 13 kinds of magic rings. Do we have more?" Luen shook his head and replied, "Still want to pick a spell? Do you want these 13 or not? Come on, give me 10. Lockhart looked at the magic ring placed on the table and did not hesitate to make a deal directly. Just 10 rings can fill his 667 hands. "How many galleons?" Lockhart asked as he took out his small vault from his gorgeous robe. To know that the books he has sold in recent years alone are doomed to Lockhart's money. Luen looked at the arrogant Lockhart and thought for a while. This is a big money, and when it's time to slaughter, don't be soft-hearted. 300 gold galleons? Luen asked tentatively. 300 galleons, Lockhart whispered. You're too expensive, aren't you? After all, my family is the only one who can make these rings, so you can say whether you want it or not. 99. If you are easy to use, I will definitely want it. Although Lockhart complained, he still took out 300 galleons and put it on the table. Give me 10. In the end, Lockhart chose 10 magic rings with good power and left with a smile on his face. So many gold galleons? George was stunned. Is this money so easy to earn? Even Ronald widened his eyes, ignoring Scabber, who was still hanging upside down in the air. Luan said it was all small issues. "Come to me when you are free, and I will teach you alchemy." He told George about his plan. You can't just sell cards in the store, as that would be too shallow. What's more, their definition from the beginning is a store similar to a grocery store. After listening to Luan's plan, Fred hesitated for a while and said, "We still need to make cards now, so there is no way to learn from you in the past few days." Although they have successfully sold one set, the second set and the third set need to be produced in a hurry, and there are still too few people for just the two of them. "Did you sell a whole set to Dumbledore?" Luan suddenly thought of something and asked. "Yep." George nodded. "Come to think of it, forgot to tell them how to sell. When you sell in the future, you will sell it by drawing cards." 39. Luan turned over the remaining memories of the past and began to explain the method of drawing cards to the twins. Like some card pack, repeating cards, Krypton Gold's eyes lit up when Fred heard it. "Is there such a thing as marketing?" "It's really a long experience." "The card of Headmaster Dumbledore?" 39. "Just treat it as a commemorative edition. After all, it has already been delivered, so I can't go and get it back." The two brothers successfully learned a way to draw cards under the guidance of Luan and left the green lawn in high spirits. They're going to have the cards all made in a few days. "What are you thinking about?" Miss Hermione next to her exclaimed. She found that no matter what, Luan always knew a thing or two. "My brain?" Luan stroked his brown curly hair and responded with a chuckle, "All I think about is you." "Irregular." Hermione's mouth twitched. "Today, Hogwarts is still very cold, and there are still snowflakes in the sky. It's February after all." Inside the dark magic defense class. After the last elf incident, all the little wizards have a sense of Lockhart. Especially after releasing the elf, he ran away and left everything to the students to solve. It's just too doggy. Many little witches have lowered their affection for Lockhart. Hermione rested her chin with her hand and yawned in boredom, tears glistening in her brown eyes. "What do you say Lockhart is going to teach us this time?" She nudged Luan's waist with her little hand and asked softly, "Maybe teach us how to turn a werewolf into a human. Also, don't move." Luan slapped Hermione's little hand off and couldn't bear to keep poking there. "If you move around again, I'll turn you into a cat girl," he threatened in a low voice. The threat really worked, and Miss Hermione froze and withdrew her fingers. "Mean." She covered her brown curly hair and lay down on the table. Being a cat girl isn't the scariest thing. The scary thing is that Luan has been fiddling with her cat ears. As the class bell rang, Lockhart walked in with a smile on his face, wearing a cerulean gown, and he had 10 ornate rings on his fingers. On the way to the podium, he waved his palm lightly. Bang bang. The originally closed window was opened by the floating charm, and the room was filled with cold air. Ronald, who was next to the window, hugged Ban and shivered. "The professor didn't use a wand?" The little witch with sharp eyes let out an exclamation. Casting without a staff is very difficult to control. Few people in the entire wizarding world can use it. But Lockhart made it easy. This has given hope to many little wizards who have lost their idle beliefs once again. "Good morning, gentlemen and ladies." Lockhart smiled and snapped his fingers, and a thick book floated in midair, automatically turning pages. "Oh, don't be surprised. This is just the most basic operation." After speaking, he also glanced at Luan, who was sitting in the corner. With the magic ring, Lockhart admired the gazes around him very much. It was full of admiration and wonder. As a well-known writer, Lockhart enjoys it. Luan, who was sitting below, was too lazy to expose him. After all, Lockhart also paid for it. And maybe there will be cooperation in the future. The lessons of the Dark Magic Defense class have begun. Today's Dark Magic Defense class is still very boring. Lockhart would just pick up the thick biography and read it word for word. Completely a parallel. The little wizards in the class were more or less irritable. Except for the wandless spell casting at the beginning, the audience was amazed, and the rest of the class was just like farting. Even the studious Hermione couldn't help covering her mouth and yawned, looking a little sleepy. Lockhart taught the class, which she and Luan had already read in first grade. Can't teach some practical spells? I found that taking the dark magic defense class was a waste of time and didn't learn anything at all. In the corridor, Hermione walked ahead holding a thick book and couldn't help complaining to Luan behind him. What do you want to learn? Luan tidied up his black tie and shirt, messing it up while going to bed in class. Looking at the little witch complaining in front, Luan shook his head. You know, by now, Miss Hermione has almost learned all the spells from him, except for the unforgivable and some cruel black spells. Nothing but your weapons. The wise Miss Beaver was already in the room of requirement, letting Luan teach the church. I guess Lockhart doesn't have as many spells as you now. Luan quipped, if you two fight, I bet you win. 35. He has confidence in Lockhart's strength. And don't you know the curse from a certain senior? He asked. The curse of the senior. Hermione tilted her head in confusion. You mean the curse from the you-know-who on the defense of dark magic? But isn't that a rumor? Rumors. Luan shook his head. If it were true, a fake Ravenclaw like Lockhart wouldn't be invited by Dumbledore to be a professor. 35. That's right, parallel imports like Lockhart came out of Ravenclaw College. It's as ridiculous as Peter Pettigrew being assigned to Gryffindor. After all, every dark magic defense professor is a one-time consumable. Luan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Miss Hermione nodded knowingly. In the afternoon, Luan went to the Quidditch pitch, where there was a practice match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Although he doesn't like to play, it doesn't mean he doesn't like to watch. The scene of the Quidditch match is really beautiful, especially when Harry gave up the seeker position and kept chasing after Cedric. Harry's behavior also made Cedric think he did something wrong to him, making him confused. Wood cheered loudly when he saw Harry looking like you were dead or I was dead. This is Quidditch. Had Harry been this crazy last year against Slytherin, they'd have won. It's not too late to wake up. Wood looked at Harry, who was chasing Cedric on a broom, and nodded in relief. And Secret Jang, who is dating Cedric, is also in the audience, and she is cheering for her boyfriend. As a result, Harry's offensive was even more violent. Reverse plus buff. Luan looked at the love triangle and shook his head amusingly. Why is Harry so crazy? 35. Hermione asked Luan with wide eyes. It was the first time she had seen Harry try so hard, and several times he had nearly hit a building ledge trying to chase Cedric. Love always drives people crazy. Luan pointed to Chiozhang in the distance and said with a chuckle. Seeing that Asian girl cheering, Hermione understood immediately. Ginny knew it would be sad. She muttered softly. You must know that Ginny, who has just joined Gryffindor, will circle around Harry almost every day. Ginny's affection for Harry can be seen as long as she is not blind. Except Ronald, he always thought Ginny was haunting him. The game ended with Hufflepuff winning. Seeking Flowers 0. Cedric won the Golden Snitch with superb flying skills, ending the friendly training game. Harry got off the broom, his hands clenched into fists. He is unwilling. And Wood, who lost the game, came over to comfort Harry quickly, and his performance was already excellent. Especially when it comes to holding down Cedric, who has been Hufflepuff's best seeker in recent years. Long time no see, Cedric. Luan also came down from the audience and nodded hello to Cedric. You had a great game last year, Luan. Cedric complimented with a smile. By the way, do you know what happened to Harry? Speaking, he asked Luan with some doubts. After all, Luan and Harry were very close, so they might know the situation. Cedric also noticed that something was wrong with Harry today, knowing that the previous games were not so crazy. He couldn't think of a suitable adjective other than that. Maybe it's a breakup. Luan replied with a shrug. The relationship between him and Cedric was limited to acquaintances, and the two did not have much intersection. Aren't we going to see Harry? Walking on the shady path, the grass on both sides of the road has bloomed with some white flower bones. Let him calm down for now. 99. Luan held Hermione's little hand and replied helplessly. And it's not like there's wood to comfort him again. We were just superfluous in the past. So, are you going to take me to the room of requirement? Hermione broke free from Luan's hand and hopped in front of Luan. There was a slight smile on his face. Where else can you go? F************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** 35. Lewin said, his eyes lit up. Why don't we go to the Forbidden Forest tonight to play? He hadn't been to the Forbidden Forest since the last time he met Voldemort. And I heard that there are also some centaurs who can do divination. I won't go to the Forbidden Forest with you. Hermione rolled his eyes at him. Night. Inside the Slytherin's lounge. Lewin was leaning against the bedside wall, his quill poking at the empty journal. Since there was an event in the Gryffindor's lounge tonight, Dean Professor McGonagall was also there, so he didn't go to the room of requirement with Hermione. The white light illuminated the dormitory room through the green patterned glass, which was one of the few rest periods he had in the dormitory this semester. After discovering the room of requirement, he basically never came back. Even Malfoy and Crabbe looked at Lewin in amazement. Why is Gerald back today? After getting acquainted with the environment of the room of requirement, returning to Slytherin's dormitory is always an uncomfortable feeling. Lewin frowned and looked at the dark dormitory around him. 667 could not help thinking. My friend, is there anything you want to ask? At this time, a line of elegant fonts appeared on the diary. It was Senior Tom Riddle. There is no way not to come out. Because Lewin's quill kept tapping on his journal, the ink smeared the entire page, as if on purpose. Tom is also very strange. Because Lewin has rarely contacted him since school started. But this is also a good thing for Tom, and he can recover some power silently after being awakened. But the power of recovery is only a tiny bit. Senior, do you know anything about Dementors? After Lewin thought about it, he picked up the quill pen and wrote this sentence. So far, he has mastered a lot of dangerous spells, but not too many practical ones. The Dementor spell is undoubtedly a good black spell, but unfortunately, when he went to the Forbidden Area to study, he did not find any records of this spell. Dementor? That spell is very dangerous. Senior Tom wrote this sentence in his diary. Lewin couldn't help laughing. Danger? What spell could be dangerous to you, Senior Tom? As the first Horcrux made in the early years, he still does not know what the future Voldemort has become. Of course, he didn't tell Tom. After all, Senior Tom didn't ask. After waiting for a long time, there was no reply from Lewin. Another line of text appeared on the diary. I've seen Dementors before, of course. Just an academic study, you know, we're all geniuses. The diary is trying to improve Lewin's favorability to him. After all, it can't be revealed that he is Voldemort's Horcrux now. The current Senior Tom is too weak. As long as he waits a few more days and regains some strength, he will be able to control this greedy wizard through magic spells. At that time, it was time for him to open the underground secret room. So Dementor, can you teach me? A smile appeared on Lewin's mouth. By now, he had almost cleaned up Tom, and almost all the spells he had learned before the 6th grade had to be explained. In order to gain Lewin's trust, Tom also invested his capital. Of course, aren't we friends? A line of writing appeared on the diary. But to practice the Dementor, you must first have someone to practice with. Animals are not allowed. What you need to know is, seeing that Senior Tom has started to write the tutorial in the diary, Lewin also wrote some of his own questions. I have to say that although Tom has bad intentions, he is definitely a lot better than Lockhart in teaching. Lewin felt that it would be more than enough to replace Lockhart in his dark magic defense class. Some of the elements of the Dementor, Tom had already written. Now there is only one question left, which is who to practice with. Lewin pondered, then turned his gaze to Malfoy, who was chatting with Crabbe. Maybe try. Malfoy shuddered suddenly, as if he was being targeted by something dangerous. He quickly raised his head to look around and found nothing. Lewin is writing and drawing with a diary under the light, and there is no suspicious movement. Is it my delusion? Malfoy didn't take it to heart and went on to chat with Crabbe. After not being able to find Harry, he has been in a low mood for several days and has only recently recovered. The next few days were nothing more than taking classes with Hermione to score points. It is worth mentioning that Professor Snape finally came back in the next class. Lewin clearly observed the sense of deadness in Snape's eyes, and on that large black robe, he could still see a few green plush willow bugs. Those willow bugs are also magical creatures that can fly under the treetops like catkins in spring. Lewin had a guess as to where Snape was going. Is this where you first met Lily? I didn't expect Harley to hit him so hard. It's been almost half a month, and I still haven't recovered. Even in class, Snape's voice was hoarse and cold, and Harry didn't even care. After the lecture, he quickly walked back to the underground office by himself. Her eyes are just like yours. Inside the secret door of the office, Snape picked up the old portrait on the desk. Complex in mind. On Lewin's side, he practiced Dementor every day for 0.1 hours, and the object of practice was undoubtedly his close friend. Show Crabbe and Malfoy a kaleidoscope every night, then wave a wand and cast a Dementor. With the practice object, his mastery is also more and more proficient. By now, he had pretty much all of Malfoy's secrets. It's like thinking of Miss Hallie when you're bored. Malfoy suffered a lot, and Harry was such a villain. Neither Malfoy nor Snape had him. Even Ronald is fast. After mastering the Dementor, he learned some other dangerous spells from Senior Tom. This will must be cleaned. It's not without reason that Tom Riddle can become the second-generation Dark Lord. Whether it is talent, learning ability, or knowledge reserve, he far surpasses other wizards. Although I don't know if it is because there are too many souls for the separation of the Horcrux, the nose at the back looks silly. Throwing both Malfoy and Crabbe, who were both drooling, back on their bed, Lewin closed the wheel. So far his Dementor spell has been silent. The talent even amazed Tom. He immediately concluded that this little wizard would definitely become a great dark wizard in the future, not even the Dark Lord. After all, he had never seen any little wizard who could learn the 3 unforgivables in the 1st grade. Even then he couldn't do it. After practicing Demention, Lewin gave up the idea of using the fire charm after thinking for a while. If you can't control it and burn the entire Slytherin directly, it will be over. The 13th moon was bright at night, but Lewin was sleeping in Slytherin's dormitory and couldn't see it at all. No, I have to take Hermione to the room of requirement tomorrow. The last few days, Lewin didn't go with Hermione because he needed to scour Tom's wool. The main thing is that I don't want Hermione to get involved with Voldemort. And it would be troublesome if he got a curse or something. Lewin didn't forget the cursed dark magic defense class. I probably have nothing to teach you. When closing the diary, a line of fonts suddenly appeared on it. Lewin raised his eyebrows, then closed them directly. It looks like the wool is almost gone. The next morning. The weather is good today, the sky is blue, and the sea of clouds is churning. Lewin got up early, put on his green Slytherin robes, and tidied up his blonde hair. The brilliant blonde hair was a little longer, but it looked fine. After turning his head to glance at Malfoy and Crabbe, who were still sound asleep, he shook his head and walked out. The 2 men were expected to sleep until the afternoon, when McGonagall was late for class in the morning. Lewin, who is a good friend, naturally won't hurt the 2 of them, especially if he helped him with some exercises. So he chose to leave directly. The class is so painful, it's better to sleep here. Since we got up early today, Lewin came to the 8th floor and waited for Hermione to come out, and then went to have breakfast together. The fat lady at the door looked curiously at the little Slytherin wizard. Although she had seen it before, she was still a little curious. After all, no young wizard of Slytherin would want to approach the Gryffindor's lounge. Due to an appointment with Miss Hermione in advance, it didn't take long before the fat lady's portrait was opened. Hermione, dressed neatly and with a high ponytail, came out with the use of the transfiguration spell in her arms. Her sleepy eyes lit up when she saw Lewin, and then she ran over quickly and bumped into his arms. Middle. The small head rubbed in his arms, and the floral fragrance of curly hair swayed on Lewin's nose. Okay. Don't be afraid of others seeing it in the morning. Lewin smiled and touched her little head, stopping her movement. Just see when you see it. Anyway, Lee Jordan told us about the relationship between the 2 of us. Hermione couldn't help but grit her teeth, seeming to be a little angry. Come on, let's have breakfast first, then go to class. The girl couldn't wait to grab Lewin's hand and ran down the stairs with him, completely ignoring the fat lady with the door open behind her. Hey, Miss Granger, come back. Am I going to be driving here all the time, you 2 nasty little lovers? 35. The fat lady was very angry at the behavior of the 2 men, and she shouted, but the figures of the two men had disappeared under the stairs. "Good morning, fat lady." Fred yawned and George came out. "I just seemed to hear a couple." "You heard it wrong. We have to make cards in class. Let's go first." Fred and George walked slowly in front of the fat lady, ignoring the open door. "You two are as nasty as that little couple." Looking at the twins who left casually, the fat lady gritted her teeth. "I remember a few of you. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. Since the weather has warmed up in recent days, there are no little wizards wearing scarves anymore." Hermione was wearing a shirt with a Gryffindor wizard robe over it, looking very petite and cute. Lewin took a seat and ordered a honey milk and 2 omelets. "It is not suitable to eat too much in the morning." "Okay, 1 cup a week." Seeing that Hermione was about to speak again, Lewin quickly took his honey milk and said, "You'll get cavities." 99. Hermione said helplessly. "Isn't there Mr. Granger?" Lewin said indifferently. When the two of them were talking and laughing halfway through their meal, Ronald and Harry came over. "Did you see Fred and George?" Ronald asked. "No, what happened?" Lewin shook his head. "I haven't seen the two of them for 3 days, and I really don't know why." Ronald's expression was a little helpless. There was a small test in the charms class recently, and he still wanted these two to help him and Harry train. As for Hermione, forget it. She is with Lewin every day. How can she teach them 667 too? Maybe it's making cards. Lewin said thoughtfully. After all, it will be on sale in a few days, which is the day Fairy Tale opens its store. It's not surprising that these two people did not see each other. At this time, Lewin's diary on the table shook. This made him stunned. Isn't this Senior Tom's diary? He remembered putting it in the dormitory. As for not putting it in the showay space, it is because there are too many sundries in it, and it is not easy to find things. What's more, he remembered that Tom could be visualized through a notebook. At that time, it would be uncomfortable to be stabbed in the back. With doubts, Lewin opened the shaking diary. "My friend, when will you help me regain my strength?" After seeing this sentence, Lewin could clearly feel that his spirit was in a trance. "Lure?" He quickly shook his head and looked at the diary. It seems that his strength has recovered a little, and Senior Tom can't wait. "Hermione, please give me a quill." He thought about writing a sentence on it. "To be honest, I feel like you're useless to me." 35. The diary slowly made a question mark. Question mark. A question mark slowly appeared on the white paper of the diary, representing Tom's current mood. "No, I don't understand what you mean, Lewin." The handwriting was still scribbled, and he was panicking now. "It literally means senior." Lewin rested his chin in one hand and wrote with a quill in the other. "Now that you have nothing to teach me, it means that you have no value. And you just wanted to control me, didn't you?" 35. His handwriting is still very beautiful and coherent. Nothing appears in the diary. But Lewin could clearly feel the diary in his hand trembling uncontrollably, as if it was a precursor to a volcanic eruption. "Lewin, what are you doing?" 35. At this time, Hermione came over curiously. "It's just a diary to record something." Lewin closed the diary and chuckled. "Really?" Hermione half squinted, but she didn't ask. After all, everyone has their own little secrets, and even she has some privacy that Lewin doesn't want to know. Just like when you go to bed every night. Thinking of this, Hermione hurriedly shook her head and put these things behind her. "It's almost 9 o'clock now. Let's hurry up to Professor McGonagall's class." After speaking, she pulled Lewin out of the seat. Lewin was still holding the diary when he left. "This thing can't be thrown into the showay space casually." "Really, Fred's too. There's no one to be found when you need it." Ronald complained, then got up with the book and followed behind Lewin and Hermione. Harry was also scratching his head in anguish, and he was also somewhat unfamiliar with the spell that Professor Flitwick was going to test. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Malfoy and Crabbe were undoubtedly late. It was the first wizard other than Harry and Ronald to dare to be late to her class. "I must tell Severus that," Professor McGonagall said angrily. "Hopefully Malfoy won't be punished too badly by Snape, since he's been in a bad mood lately." Lewin couldn't help thinking. With the slow opening of the textbook, This section of the deformation class officially began. The sorcerers in the 2nd grade have to learn to turn animals into objects, and they are not allowed to make a little mistake, such as the final exam of the 1st grade, which is to turn a small mouse into a snuff bottle. Lu-En, naturally needless to say, his transformation spell has been used like a fire. What he said in class was a breeze for him. As for Hermione, she also followed Lu-En to rehearse the transfiguration spell well during the holidays, but she still took notes seriously in class. Lu-En opened the diary he had put on the table, a little bored. Since the writing of that paragraph, this diary has not had any reply. The tremor at the beginning seemed to be an illusion, but now it seems like an ordinary diary. You deserve to have the potential to become a dark wizard. Seemingly noticing Lu-En's actions, a line of words slowly appeared on the diary. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. The corner of Lu-En's mouth twitched, and he wrote this line with a quill pen. It's not easy to get Voldemort's praise. Diary, you can't kill me. Can't kill? Lu-En was taken aback, then laughed. There are only 2 ways to destroy Horcruxes that he knows. One is the fangs of his own psychic beast Basilisk, and the other is the fierce fire spell taught by Tom himself. Lu-En Geralt, I'll let you know what a disaster your deception will bring you. After writing this sentence, there is no movement in the diary. No matter how much Lu-En poked it with the quill, there was no response. Is this a threat? Senior Tom's current hole card is just a basilisk. What else can there be? Lu-En shook his head disapprovingly. Speaking of which, the basilisk also needs Parseltongue to wake up, and he once asked Tom to learn, but the other party would not teach him anyway. It has been said that this is a kind of talent, and people without talent cannot learn it. Looks like we need to figure out a way to get Tom to wake the basilisk. Lu-En thought of a way. Professor McGonagall's class is still very dry compared to Lockhart. At least not so boring. After competing with Hermione for a few academy points, it was time to dismiss. Today's score is more than I added. Hermione raised her head proudly, her white neck looming under her brown curly hair. But you don't turn your hair into rabbit ears or cat ears. Lu-En whispered. Hermione had been thinking about getting revenge ever since he had been turning her hair into all kinds of ears. But it all failed. Her shape-shifting spell didn't work on Lu-En's blonde hair at all. Shut up. The mention of this made Miss Hermione angry. Lu-En is getting more and more extreme lately, always fiddling with the brown curls without her noticing, turning into cat ears, rabbit ears. And also to be held by Lu-En in his arms, petting like a pet. The key is to be comfortable. Thinking about it, the little witch covered her head with her hands and glared at Lu-En. I think you're pretty comfortable too, it hurts. Before Lu-En could finish speaking, Hermione rushed over and bit his neck with his tiger teeth. Well, we're here, isn't the time? At this time, a familiar voice sounded, and the tone was full of complexity. Hell, why do these two hug each other every time I see them? Fred thought angrily. This young couple saw that he also wanted to fall in love. Hearing Wang Zhao's, there was a sound. Hermione hurriedly pushed Lu-En away, as if Lu-En had rushed over just now. You two really pick your time. Lu-En touched his neck and said speechlessly. By the way, Ronald wants to ask you for help to review the spell, but I can't find you these days. Remembering what happened this morning, Lu-En helped Ronald deliver a message. Reviewing spells? Fred waved his hand. The two of us don't have time to do those boring things, and the cards are already critical. It will be available for sale at Hogwarts soon. Okay, then I'll tell Ronald for you. Lu-En nodded. But at this moment, he felt the diary in his hand shake. This is not an illusion, it was indeed shaking just now. Looking at a clean sheet of paper in the diary, Lu-En thought. Looking at the unmoved diary, Lu-En narrowed his eyes. It looks like Senior Tom is about to move. Let's go first, we'll have to go to Lockhart's Dark Magic Defense class in a while. MJU4 NDA2 NTC3 ODM1 NDQY NDMWH smiley face. Dark Magic Defense is our favorite class. George and Fred looked at each other with a smile. Don't you think his class is too boring? Hermione frowned when she heard this, and he is a narcissist who teaches the texts in his biography in class every day. Are you bored? Fred took a witch card from his pocket and laughed. The two of us are not boring. After all, Lockhart doesn't care what we do. A projection appeared on the witch card, smiling slightly towards Luann and Hermione wearing long skirts. It was only in Lockhart's class that the two of them could research technology and make cards with impunity. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape and Flitwick, etc. will not allow small gestures. After waving goodbye, Luann and Hermione went to the auditorium for lunch. The afternoon class was herbal medicine, so Hermione reluctantly parted with 670 Luann. Mrs. Sprout had been looking bad since the last time Harry and Ronald drove into the Willow. Luann also heard from Hermione that Harry and Ronald both kept their heads down during the herbal class, daring not to meet Mrs. Sprout's eyes. The difficulty of the herbal class is mainly due to the role of each plant and the way to deal with some dangerous plants that can kill the wizard. As an excellent potion master, Luann has already memorized the various effects of herbs. This is the basics of being a potions master. In the wizarding world, you may be able to see a lot of magic spell masters, but there are only a handful of potion masters, and it can be imagined that it is very difficult. So far, only Snape has been known and contacted by Luann. Hero Cum generally blooms at Christmas, and it's also the main ingredient in softeners. Luann answered Mrs. Sprout's question with a wide smile. Perfect answer, it looks like your potions class is going well. Mrs. 35 Sprout smiled and held out a finger. Slytherin added 10. Mainly because Professor Snape taught well. Luann said modestly. This was indeed the case, after all. Without the notes Snape gave him, his current potion skills would be mediocre, and he would even spend a lot of time looking for errors in the textbook. There were errors in the basic book of potions, which was why Snape ditched the stupid book and went straight to the lecture. Severus? Mrs. Sprout muttered softly. She, who was the same professor, naturally knew how Snape's reputation was. After all, among all the courses, the potions class was the last thing that little wizards wanted to take. Clean up. The green lawn was blown by a breeze, and Luann put away the spell in his hand. Sit down and rest for a while. Hermione's forehead was dripping with sweat, and she put down her practice wand. Shinfeng wooing so far, Hermione has been able to release, but there are still some inexperienced appearances. Picking up Gryffindor's robes, Miss Granger sat on the grass against Luann. Today is a day off and the sun is shining. So there are quite a few wizards playing or dating here. In the sky, there are wizards riding brooms in Quidditch training, including Wood and Cedric. Of course, there were also two twins with dark circles under their eyes, who followed Wood for training and fishing, and Harry, who had been staring at Cedric. As for Slytherin's team, they all train on the Quidditch field and don't come to the lawn. Because the Dean of the Little Snake, Snape, holds the key to the Dab field, which can be regarded as giving his team some benefits. Aren't you hot and wearing a robe? Luann turned to the panting Miss Hermione. The temperature at Hogwarts has gradually warmed up so far, with no sign of snow or cloudy days, at least for the past few days. It's a little hot. After thinking about it, Hermione took off Gryffindor's robe and put it aside on the greenery. Luann's eyes lit up in Miss Hermione's outfit today. Above is a white plaid shirt with a red and white tie, below is a pleated skirt to the knee, and a pair of gray-toned stockings and small leather shoes. The two were just lying on the lawn, talking and laughing about Harry and Cedric's chase. I'm going to the bathroom. Hermione got up and picked up her robe and handed it to Luann, saying softly, You help me get this robe. 35. It's been a bit windy and hot lately, so Hermione had to leave the robes to Luann to look after. Okay, I'll wait for you. Luann took the robe and responded. Then Miss Hermione trotted all the way to the nearest bathroom at Hogwarts. Luann looked at the sky and the chase was a little boring. Harry was indeed talented, but Cedric was not bad either. In this game about love, Harry has a high probability of losing. At this moment, his eyes froze. There was a group of black creatures flying with wings like bats in the sky, and he had seen those creatures before. Thestral. The direction they fly to is the Forbidden Forest. Due to the condition that you can only see if you have seen death, the little wizards were unable to see this group of creatures representing unknown, and they were still talking and laughing. Can you see Thestrals too? An ethereal voice sounded, and Luen, who was lying on the lawn, moved his gaze upward. Skirt. Before Luen could take a closer look, the figure squatted down, clutching his skirt. The blonde waist-length hair fell on the ground, and a pair of gray eyes looked at Luen suspiciously, and the carrot decoration on her ears floated in the breeze. "Mr. Gerald?" Luna tilted her head and snorted softly. She looked at Luen in a daze with some incomprehension, not knowing what he was thinking. "Luna?" After seeing the face clearly, Luen quickly regained his senses. "You mean those horse-like creatures flying in the sky?" Luna nodded. "Those are Thestrals." "I know." Luen sat up and whispered, "Those creatures can only be seen by those who have seen death." 5. "I know." Luna nodded dazedly. Her gray eyes turned to the Gryffindor robes beside Luen. "Don't know what to think." "So, have you ever seen death?" Luna tilted her head and asked. Her gray eyes looked up at the dark flock of Thestrals in the sky, like a swarm of bats. "Seen." Luen replied calmly. "Whether it's the werewolf who was killed by breath the last time or Professor Quirrell who was decapitated by Luen, these are all processes of death." "I have seen it too." 35. Luna sat on Luen's body very naturally and wrapped her arms around her white legs in short socks. Luen glanced sideways at her. The breeze blew up her long golden hair, and only then did he realize that the other party had a wand tangled in his little ear, looking very maverick. "Aren't you curious?" Without getting a reply from Luen, Luna asked curiously. "If you want to say it." Luen said with a chuckle. Of course he knew why Luna could see Thestrals, because she had witnessed her mother's death as a result of experimental magic when she was a child. "Why don't you go and play with your friends?" Luen looked at the silent Luna and changed the subject. He pointed to Harry, who was chasing Cedric like a mad dog in the sky, and asked softly. Luen just saw Qiuzhang appear at their training ground, and he didn't watch for a while, and Harry suddenly turned into this. Cedric said he didn't understand. For example, the little wizard who just entered the first year has formed a small group, and even he and Hermione, Fred, and the others are considered a small group. Luen looked around carefully, and there were no eagles nearby. In other words, Luna was alone. "I have no friends," she said lightly. Her tone was very flat, as if there was no emotion at all. As if answering a very normal thing. "Speaking of which, I haven't seen harassing horseflies around you." Luna looked puzzled, and her voice was light. "This is really rare." "Harassing flies?" Luen thinks of the weird, magical creatures in the Quibbler. "That's probably because I have nothing to worry about." Luen shrugged. After all, his life is very beautiful now. Every day, he flirts with dear Miss Hermione and occasionally pits his own senior Tom. "You know the existence of harassing horseflies?" Luna showed a surprised expression. This is the first time Luen has seen anything other than a trance on the face of this little witch. "I've talked to other wizards, but they don't believe me." 9. Saw the introduction in the Quibbler before. Under Luna's surprised gaze, an outdated copy of the Quibbler appeared in Luen's hand. This is a magazine that exists in Kamui space, customized for the holidays. Speaking of which, the editor-in-chief is still your father, so that's a very bizarre idea. Luen thought about it and said, "I think they're all real." As Luna looked at the group of Thestrals that were gradually disappearing in the sky, her gray eyes looked dull. "I'm back." 39. A melodious voice came from a distance. Hermione trotted towards Luen, her pleated skirt waving. But when she saw the blonde figure sitting next to Luen, she was stunned for a moment. The movement that was about to rush over has gradually slowed down. Hermione half squinted, looking at the somewhat familiar back. She remembered the little witch who was assigned to Ravenclaw, who came in the same carriage with them this semester. It seems to be called Luna, and there are always some strange ideas in his head, and he also believes in those illusory creatures. For some reason, she felt a sense of crisis. "Good afternoon, Miss Granger." Luna stood up and patted the dust of her long skirt behind her and nodded to Hermione. "Luna, you know him." Luen also stood up and handed Hermione the well-preserved robe in his hand. "Good afternoon, Miss Lovegood." Hermione still remembered the other's name. Then I won't interrupt the two of you on your date, and I'll go see my animals. 5. Goodbye, Mr. Gerald. After Luna said something to the two, she was about to leave the lawn. Just call me Luan. 35. Looking at the lonely back, Luan replied softly. What were you two just talking about? 35. After Luna left, Hermione turned her head and asked curiously. The Thestrals on the chat. Luan stroked her brown curly hair and chuckled. For flowers. Is this Miss Hermione's possessiveness? Thestrals in the sky. Hermione looked up subconsciously, only to see Harry, who is still running after Cedric. The two of them are still chasing. No, Luna can see Thestrals too. Miss Granger found the point. Yes, she witnessed her own mother's death. Luan explained to her. Although Luna didn't tell him, Luan knew a rough idea. Yes. Hermione's brown eyes had some sympathy after hearing Luan's words. Especially when she heard that Luna didn't have a friend in Ravenclaw, Miss Hermione's sympathy deepened. Because she also had no friends in first grade, except for Luan. Point 0. Miss Granger often wondered what would have happened to her if Luan hadn't met at the wand shop. However, I just thought about the beginning, and I didn't dare to think about it at all. Come on, Harry, and their game is over. Luan looked at Hermione, who suddenly became a little lonely for some reason, and pulled up her little hand with a chuckle. We're going to the auditorium for dinner in a while. It hurts. Does Luan have a spell like a new look? At the dining table, Harry covered his blue and purple face and asked Luan with a grin. How could there be? You should honestly go to the school doctor's office. Luan said helplessly. Take him as an almighty. Harry's attack was so strong today that he didn't stop the broom and slammed into the woods. There is no doubt that Cedric wins again. But remembering Qiu Zhang's worried eyes, Harry felt his pain eased a lot. Are you still thinking about Cedric's girlfriend? Fred and George sat over with their plates and couldn't help laughing at Harry's tragic appearance. I didn't. Harry couldn't help but object. Forget it. Do you want to play cards? Fred shook his head, then took out his set of cards from his pocket. The two of them are almost done. It's on sale tomorrow. Fairy Tale is officially open. The next morning. Today is the day when Fred and the others are going to sell cards. Last night, the two of them had a good plan at the dinner table. Especially today is a day off. The two of them were going to pull both Lee Jordan and Wood over and set up a small table for a Hearthstone showdown between the two of them to attract attention. Of course, these two people also have a card package reward. As internal players, Wood and a few people have long been looking forward to the sale of these cards. Lee Jordan even said that this will be a major game reform in the wizarding world, and he must be invited to be the referee and commentator during the game. Fred and George's Gryffindors got up very early, and even Harry and Ronald were forcibly pulled up. Under the watchful eyes of the fat lady, a group of people left the Gryffindor lounge in a mighty manner. It's only 6 o'clock. Are the wizards of Gryffindor so diligent? She murmured suspiciously. 670. She is the most diligent so far, and she has met a Miss Granger, and even the fat lady thinks that she should go to Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor. Coming here is a shame. Inside the dark Slytherin's dormitory. It was around 8 o'clock when Luan woke up. In the past few days, I have not gone to sleep with Hermione because I have to look at Tom's diary. He had discovered something was wrong with the recent diary. No matter what Luan writes these 2 days, it will not give any reply. Even the threat of, I'm going to throw you in the bathroom, didn't wake Senior Tom. Since today is a good day off, Luan did not wear Slytherin's green robe, but a white shirt and gray coat. After smoothing his blonde hair, Luan nodded in satisfaction. Going out like this, it is estimated that many little witches can be fascinated. He even heard Ronald mention that there were quite a few Gryffindor witches approaching him specifically for Luan. It made Ronald think he has become a heartthrob too. After preparing everything, Luan walked to the head of his bed and took a look. The diary was still quietly lying in the drawer. Why don't you tempt other people? Luan reluctantly closed the drawer. He was still waiting for Senior Tom to wake up the basilisk, and he didn't know when. As for the damage done by the basilisk, Luan looked at himself in the mirror, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Those were the only people he cared about. After packing his things, he was ready to join Hermione in the Great Hall. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall, Hermione, who Luan is very familiar with, has been waiting for him in advance with a book. Divination, how do you want to learn this? After Luan approached, he found that the book in Hermione's hand was a horoscope, and he asked with some doubts. I have seen the existence of prophecy in many books. Don't you think that predicting the future is very powerful? Seeing Luan sitting next to her, Hermione closed the book, ordered a cup of black tea, and placed it in front of him. Drink this today. She raised the corners of her mouth and said, Ro. Luan twitched the corners of his mouth and retracted his words about ordering chocolate milk. 2 pumpkin pie and omelette, thank you. After a simple breakfast, Hermione was a little puzzled. How about Harry and Ronald? It's almost 10 o'clock now. The 2 of them were probably taken by Fredera to set up shop, Luan said after drinking the lipstick tea. He also held Hermione's Constellation Divination in his hand, which he remembered required talent. After a casual glance, Luan gave up. There are too many things to study in it, and the time spent is completely disproportionate to the harvest. If you have time to learn this, it is better to go to the Forbidden Forest to catch a centaurus and teach it on the spot. At least the centaur's predictions were accurate. Are we going to the library now or the room of requirement? Hermione turned the delicate ring on her finger, turned her face and asked. Honey, it's morning. Luan reminded. We might as well go see how Fred and the others are now. But we haven't been to the room of requirement for days. Hermione's tone was a little tangled. Go tonight. Luan is also fed up with the dark dorm. He wants to fall asleep watching the moonlight. Uh-huh. Hermione nodded hurriedly. She had had enough of the dormitory where no one spoke. After making a decision, the 2 were ready to go to the lawn to find Fred's small shop. There weren't enough rooms at Hogwarts to rent the 2 of them to set up shop, so they had to find a spot on the lawn. After reaching the lawn, Luan was suddenly taken aback. I saw that a place near the Black Lake was full of little wizards. Luan, who originally thought he would be looking for a while, laughed. It seems that today's harvest should be good. Among those crowds, he even saw Malfoy and Crabbe and Gower. Because there were too many people, Luan and Hermione simply found a place outside and waited. Looking at the Black Lake, Luan used the transfiguration spell to turn a rock into a boom and handed it to Hermione. Then turn a piece of grass into an earthworm and hang it up. Can you catch fish like this? Hermione couldn't help laughing. Try it, just in case. Luan chuckled. He had heard that there were many magical creatures in the Black Lake, and there were even murlocs. Mermaid. Miss Hermione tilted her head. It's a murloc, not a mermaid. Luan corrected. These 2 are not creatures of the same species, and the mermen will be sad if they hear it. Over time, the number of people on Fred's side has dwindled because the prepared card packs are all sold out. But a small group of wizards stayed where Cedric and Harry faced off. That's right. Cedric joined the poker game. He's going to beat Harry to his knees today. Luan threw a black, hideous-looking fish back into the lake, then got up and threw the fishing rod into it. This Black Lake will not be full of these messy magical creatures. The 2 of them had been fishing for that ugly blackfish all afternoon. Hermione was startled at first, but then she got used to it. Congratulations, Fred. 35. Luan walked over with a smile. Although Fred and George looked tired, they couldn't hold back the smile on their lips. Do you know how much galleons we make? There are 50 in total. Speaking of which, Fred couldn't help but burst out laughing. Luan smiled at the twins. 50 gold galleons is not bad. It will definitely be more than that in the future. By the way, have you seen Ronald? Harry, who had ended the duel at this time, questioned. I just saw him returning to the dormitory early. George spread his hands helplessly. Yes. Inside Slytherin's dormitory. Luan is going to study in the room of requirement tonight with Hermione, so come back early to get his books and alchemy notes. But when he opened the drawer, he suddenly froze. After a while, a smile appeared on Luan's mouth. Did Senior Tom finally run away from home?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.